Hello. Yes, this is Winter. Before this episode of Winter Talk starts, I want to acknowledge that yes, there are some triggering topics in this episode that will not be for all audiences. If you are sensitive to these topics, please be warned right now that throughout this entire interview there will be discussions regarding these topics. In addition to that, there are some conversations that myself and the guest had during the course of this interview, both this part 1 and part 2, that we've decided it would be better left to leave them out. So, if you find any odd or jarring cuts in the audio mix, that is the reason why. Thank you for listening to this little warning/addendum at the beginning of this, and now, without any further ado, let's get into the episode. Hello all! Welcome back to Winter Talks, where we talk to some crazy people about some crazy stuff. And today marks the beginning of Winter Talks Season 3. I have no idea how we lasted this long. Maybe it's sheer dumb luck, maybe it's chaotic energy. I really don't know. Today is a very, very special day because today on this premiere of Season 3, we have with us Sammy, also known as PsychoticFox, LoneWolfMusic, all of that happy jazz. How about you introduce yourself to our audience here, explain exactly what you do in the scene, or rather, really fittingly, what you don't do in the scene nowadays.
Fair enough. Yeah, I know a lot's changed. Yeah, so I am a nerdcore slash furry musician. I've been doing a lot of music stuff since I think like 2016, late 2016 was like my first kind of like dive into music stuff. I do a few animations. I purely started off with animations. We'll get to that in a second. I do just occasionally gaming related stuff. I'll react to Nintendo Directs. I'll react to PlayStation State of Plays purely for the content. If there's ever like anything that I'm only interested in, which is very rare. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of do whatever I feel like. It's just mostly music. Stuff pertaining to like rock, metal, chiptune, dubstep, a mix like pop, like a mix of everything in between. And yeah, with nerdcore, it's not just video games, it's stuff based off movies, TV shows, a lot of niche stuff that you wouldn't normally see a lot of people make nerdcore songs out of too. And obviously a lot of original songs based off of my own original stories or my own experiences rather. And yeah, just kind of whatever.
Yeah, so let's get into it. I want to say that you've at least been creating content for, I want to say 9 years? It hasn't
10.
quite been, really, it has been 10.
Yeah, during the Jedi Sammy days when I did animations, that was at the. I mean, technically, it's been since like 2012, but I want to say in my consistent long run, where I've like consistently started with like FNAF content, because I did a little bit of Team Fortress 2 here and there before I actually like really started, honing in on the growth of my channel. I'd say yeah, that peak where it really started to like kick into high gear was 10 years ago, which is fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. So I wanted to start off with talking about the animations. I actually didn't put that in the list, silly me. Because, yeah, you started off with that. Currently on the channel, it doesn't date back to those older animations because it looks like those are either unlisted, privatized, or just removed altogether.
Yes.
But it's interesting because the first thing that is there on the channel, like going back, refreshing from oldest to newest, is the, let's see, we've got the Left Behind and I Got No Time mashup, which is
Okay.
but
Not too bad.
I mean, no,
Not
it's
the worst thing I've done.
But I mean, especially going back then, I mean, I kind of want to ask, what was that kind of era like? Because I do know that there is some rough stuff that we're gonna get into revolving Lone Wolf Music stuff, but I kind of want to know the content side of it instead of the more personal side of it.
Yeah, actually, wait. I think the first listed video on there is actually and this is actually still one of my proudest like old projects, just because of how clever and fitting it was. Like Will still remembers it and he loves it. It's the Press Start to Begin Wreck-It Ralph music video I did. That's, I think, my very first one that I did on the channel. And then it was the mashup.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it literally just showed up. I just refreshed it. There we go.
That's still a really good video. But so more on the content side of things, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, what was that era like? Because I know that, especially back then, I want to say you posted a little bit more often then too than you do nowadays. You more so you go for quality over quantity nowadays. So I kind of just want to know what that era was kind of like in terms of how the content flowed.
So we're talking about specifically the animation era?
Yeah.
Like 2015? Oh God. Well, I was 12 years old at the time, so when I started doing that stuff, it was just like I would get home from school, and I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna watch some FNAF animations and just see what, like just enjoy that stuff. And I'm like, I would get inspired a little bit by people like Hit Squad 617 or Energetic Shadow, or Energetic Shadow now goes by Atsuover. Yeah, I got inspired by those artists, by those animators, and I loved when it came to like the FNAF animation side of things. I purely loved, like, I love doing music, like serious music videos, quote unquote. But like I love the goofy stuff. I loved all the goofy little skits that people would make with the FNAF characters. I thought those were really cute and fun. I wanted to kind of do that. So I would get inspired, and I would just kind of think about like what sort of stuff I want to animate the FNAF characters doing. And I would think of like, okay, I've seen people do like SpongeBob like audio with FNAF or things like that. So I'm like, okay, let's do this one of The Amazing World of Gumball. Or like I'll see just the FNAF characters just being fucking goofy, and I'll just like have Chica come out and like, who wants pizza? And then they all just start freaking out and dancing, and then like Foxy's just really fucking excited for pizza and just jumps out and like tackles Chica, I guess. Things like just random stupid stuff like that. I would try to make some serious animations. Obviously, I did some music videos back then. It's Time to Die was kind of my first, but it wasn't really like a music video. It was more of a compilation of other animations that I gave credit to. That's one thing. I've always been someone who tries to give credit since the very beginning. I never liked claiming the steal. And so, like It's Time to Die, I just kind of, took some clips, gave credit, animated a few of my own in there, and then eventually, those got remade into actual original music videos. Yeah. Like fully. And yeah, just things like that. March Onward to Your Nightmare is another one. Yeah, I got inspired whenever I'd do like FNAF songs, and yeah, Typhoon Cinema was a channel that wanted to recruit me for a little bit, and so I did that, and I regret it. It was kind of lame, but it was like whatever.
Yeah. And, speaking of those music videos, you did talk about the Press Start to Begin one.
Yeah.
I kind of want to know what that was like, because that is the oldest video that's currently on the channel. And you said that Will actually found that one. Kind of walk me through how that video came out.
So I listened to Press Start to Begin, and I'm just like, oh, this is a fun little song. Like, well, obviously, I loved all of Will's stuff by that point. 2016 was like my huge era where I was just like obsessed with like his content. Watched his live streams and donated a lot. Like he knew who I was even back then. I always made myself kind of like known. Like I had like a bit of a presence in the live stream chats and would like talk to him through there. Yeah. Always showed my support. I donated quite a lot. Like a lot of that chore money would like just be donations. I didn't really want to buy that much. Usually, I liked supporting him with it, but yeah, no. So when Press Start to Begin came out, I was like, oh, like this is a fun song, and I kept listening to it over and over. I'm like, the first thing that I would hear the lyric where it's like, we take a ride through the wires that control us more, and I would think, hang on. Like there'd be a specific vision that popped in my head, and it was that scene in Wreck-It Ralph where you literally see the characters like riding the wires of the arcade machines,
Yeah.
like a subway station, and I'm like, oh wait, and then I keep listening to the song. I'm like, wait a minute, this like actually fits like super well, and so I was like, okay, this isn't my normal kind of content. I like to animate stuff, but I want to make I want to make an AMV, I think they call it. I want to like do that, and so I think I had a copy of Wreck-It Ralph on my computer, either that or I would go on YouTube for clips, and I would just like screen record them, put them together in fucking Movie Maker back when I had that. That's all I used back in the day.
Christ.
Did a little, I mean, like with Movie Maker, it did the job fine. It was just a simple AMV, and I didn't need to do any fancy effects.
I mean, hell, I still only use CapCut, so.
Hey, CapCut's fine. Yeah, so a Movie Maker, that's what I used for it, and then just put it out. Will was very, very active. He still kind of is, but it's more so like his friends, I think, kind of like his friends and like his like colleagues. They're the ones that kind of like look at stuff nowadays. He still does look at stuff on the channel, but or like that his fans do, but it's not as much, and I don't blame him. But yeah, he was very like. He and his friends were like always like very active, like looking at like stuff like the fans would make. So he saw that. I asked in the live stream chat if he saw it at one point, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I did. It was like really good. Like I didn't think that they worked so well, but like they did." So he liked it, and that made me like really happy. And like I was like in a VC with him like a few weeks back, and he still remembered it and was very fond of it.
Aww.
Yeah, it's such a fun little video, and I was so happy to like make it. Like things like that, I miss that era in general, where I really felt like I could just make whatever slop I wanted, and like not have to feel like the pressure. And I'll get to that like probably at some later point if the topic relates to it, but if not, then I don't really. Just a little note.
Yeah. I did want to mention, seeing as you mentioned the DA Games live streams, one specific video that I absolutely adored. I think it was actually the first. No, that wasn't the first one that I found. It was one of the first that I saw from you before I, went into the backlog of your content. Going back to my house. That little remix is still probably one of my favorite little goofy bits that you've done.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh, holy shit. Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like...
It's so dumb, but I love it.
People make a big deal out of it. Like, I didn't even really do that much with it. Like, I got inspired off of Endigo's fucking Markiplier remixes, but it's like, that's still like some actual composition with like... vocal chopping. I didn't do any of that. I simply just took the like what that was it was back during Will's FNAF 6 live stream, and he was just singing a stupid song to the beat of the Midnight Motorist minigame, which still such a banger. And
absolutely,
he was like,
preach that shit.
Yeah, he was just like singing this like stupid like funny comedic improv thing, and I'm like, you know what? I want to like properly sync it up into a stupid remix, and so I did. I just auto-tuned his voice, like did the most basic auto-tune, and vocoder shit, and just like slapped it onto a video, and that's all it was. And people ate that shit up, and I don't blame them. Like it goes well, fine. It's funny. I'm just like, I put like literally almost no effort into this. Why do people like this? Will even liked it, and I'm like, hey, I mean, yeah, it's funny. But I'm just like, this was so stupid. I don't know why I did this, but it was fun. I still remember that. I keep that up because I think I keep that up at least. I don't know, but it's a fun little classic one I did.
Yeah. I think that I really just haven't been able to really talk about this with many people. Like, 2018 and prior was just goofy YouTube. I love goofy YouTube. Like 2012 to 2018, maybe.
I'd argue 2019 had a bit of that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2019 had a bit of that too.
Like, it felt so free and it felt so fun. And then 2020 happened, and then everything got fucked up. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet on the timeline. Yeah. So let's talk about... This might be even more embarrassing. I have no idea. Some old covers, because we have a lot of covers and inspirations, especially, to get to, because more throughout this video we're going to be talking through the original music, I'd say, more than anything else. That's literally like 12 of the topics. But we need to go to the covers because that sets the basis for the inspiration behind that original music. And I think
that makes sense.
There's this, I mean, I've specifically called it out in the Psychotic Memories Remembrance reaction. There is one song in particular that took a lot more inspiration than others, but
right, we'll get to that.
But so there was some DA game stuff. I mean, not exactly some. There was some Gatto Paint stuff. We even had a bunch of Green Day even back then too.
Oh yeah. It goes farther back too. You just don't see it anymore for obvious reasons. But I can get into that a little bit. Yeah.
So let's talk about the cover era, shall we say?
Yeah, so the cover era was like still in 2016. It was still kind of blended in with the animation era of my channel, and at that time I oddly enough even then still had kind of professional equipment. Not like the way you think though. Like as far as my personal equipment goes, no, it was not professional, but my dad is also like a musician. Like he has like a lot of he had like his own kind of studio down here. He still does. It's just like moved around a lot. But this room that I'm in used to be my sister's room. Like my studio that I do everything in now used to be my sister's room. But he kind of moved his recording equipment in there for a little bit because she wasn't using it. So even like back then, sometimes I would still record in this room before it became my studio. He had like a mic and like some little acoustics and like a laptop with Pro Tools. So I started off with that for like barely because it didn't really sound that good to me. Even though it was the more professional route, I didn't understand anything about it. I barely knew how to like move stuff around, but hey, I got basic stuff done in it.
I still can't use Pro Tools. That shit, no. It's too overwhelming for me.
But yeah, the first few stuff I recorded in it, I tried recording a Layers of Fear cover back in 2016, early on, and I wasn't happy with it, and so like I scrapped it, and then there was like this girl at school, and we'll get to that in a little bit because that'll kind of tie in. This will kind of tie in with fucking Downfall in Disguise,
or When You Piss a Rock. As you called it in the Try Not to Laugh channel.
Yeah, I kind of called it that, but that came from some like ex-friends of mine. So there was like a girl at my school that I liked a lot. It was like my first crush, and so I remember I recorded a cover of You'll Be in My Heart from Tarzan, and actually, no. Before that, I had recorded with my own like mic that I use for live streaming, a simple cover of "Grow Old with You" from The Wedding Singer, and I never uploaded it. It's never out, but it's like I still have the fully finished thing. It doesn't sound the worst. Like I sang decently well on it, and then I did "You'll Be in My Heart" a little bit afterwards on my dad's laptop, and that one did get uploaded. It was not like my proudest thing at all. It was really cringe, and it was almost stalker behavior, but you know what? I was 13 years old. It was just like, it's you have crushes, that kind of shit's normal. You're gonna do embarrassing stuff. And then yeah, I took it down sometime afterwards. So like it's lost media, which is for the better. At least as far as I'm aware. Who knows how many of my stalkers have like archived shit.
Yeah, right.
And then
Jesus.
afterwards, but no, I imagine it's lost media. But then afterwards, I think I did a cover of the song from Wicked. It was like an apology song of some sort. I don't remember. I need to watch the new movie, but
There's
it
a
was
lot
like a
of songs from Wicked, so it.
yeah, it was like For Good. That's what the fuck it was called. Ugh, God. Yeah, no. It was so stupid. I did that because it was like kind of like my apologies song for like being a fucking weird kid towards this girl that I liked. And then shortly afterwards, I think I did a cover of. It was like a few months afterwards. I did a cover of Sound of Silence, which was not original at all, but I did it because I'm like, you know what? I want to sing that song too. I like it, like, because I saw when Will covered it. I'm like, okay, yeah, that is a very good version of Sound of Silence. I wanna try. My voice actually was able to reach those notes, but not in like the. It was like a weird way of me doing it. But I did that cover. It was up for like a brief moment. Deleted it, and didn't really bother with it afterwards. I think it was still on my channel for like, I don't know how long it was on the channel for. But it was there. Then I deleted it. And then I was reaching the point where I wanted to do some DA games covers. It was like impossible to do a lot of DA games covers back then, unless it was Break My Mind, or I'm the Purple Guy. Because like, Will, he doesn't really like to release instrumentals, and I don't really blame him. But yeah. There were instrumentals for I'm the Purple Guy and Break My Mind, and so I'm like, you know what? I'm the Purple Guy. But before that, there was like a fan-made instrumental of It's Time to Die that I did. Or not that I did, but that I saw, and so I did a cover with that. It was really old. It was partnered up with my shitty animation that I did for it. And then I did I'm the Purple Guy shortly after. Actually, no, I forgot there was another one that's lost media. I did a cover. This was back when I was dating, like in my first actual relationship. They really liked this song by Bruno Mars, "Talking to the Moon," and so I did a cover of that for them.
I remember that.
It was
cover.
really fucking cringe. Of course you do.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I covered that, and it was really bad, and it was really. I could tell. I remember I did get some harassment. From the same people during that, but yeah, it wasn't that good. But I did it, and then it was I'm the Purple Guy, and then obviously a lot of those one-off covers are like gone and lost media. They're like fully deleted. I don't even think I have the files for like half of them anymore.
Yeah, like for some of those, it's for the best. Yeah. I would say. Yeah, and so then afterwards, that's when I kind of started wanting to do more like DA games covers. I redid the It's Time to Die cover in 2017. Many times.
Like, cause yeah, there was the first time in 2016, and then in 2017, and then obviously I redid it one more time, fully. Like I recorded it in 2018. I released it in 2019 on SoundCloud, or maybe it was on SoundCloud before that, but that cover. I didn't put it on YouTube because I wanted to wait until I could like make it sound like perfect, and so that was when I did the whole like instrumental remake and fully just like went ham on it in 2021 and released it in 2022. But yeah, It's Time to Die came next, like the 2017 version, and then Unfixable, the first version of that. And yeah, I don't know. I wanted to do a lot of DA games covers. Like a lot of people gave me a lot of shit for that. And it was like, I don't know, like, I just was enjoying singing songs from my favorite artists at the time. Like, you look at Liv, and they did, like, a lot of Aviators covers back in the day, too, or, like, a lot of Mando Pony covers back in the day, too. And it's like, I don't really see, like, it's like, that's just someone, that's kind of like the one example I could think of. But it's like, it's just people recording like, they're not doing it for the sake, oh, I want to do it because this is gonna be content that gets reviews. No, I'm doing it because I have fun, and that was my mindset at the time. I didn't care. Unfortunately, it wasn't healthy for the channel because that was the starting point of the stigma that people were getting, were viewing of me, where it's like, he just wants to be a DA Games ripoff, and that is fair. That is a very fair stigma to form from all those covers. So I don't entirely blame people for that, but you know, and we'll get to that stigma as we kind of go down things a little bit, but yeah, but obviously, you know, I was doing some Manda Pony covers too, I think, at some point. I don't remember when my first one, I think Purple was the first one, but yeah, I did a few DA Games covers. I don't exactly, it's like, this is why I'm glad that I organized all of them in like playlists, because I can just kind of go back and like look at which ones I did in particular. But I know, like, at least in 2017, there was one Evanescence cover that was going under, and yeah, and then Gato Pain was another huge inspiration when I did his puppet song.
Yes.
And yeah, next year, then in 2018, that was kind of, I was sitting on that Turn the Final Page cover for ages and finally released it, and just a few other DA Games covers. But then, you know, I wanted to do more Gato Pain stuff. I did Half Beast. And I think there were a few other covers that came along that got deleted because I remade them. So, like, yeah, Boulevard of Broken Dreams is another one.
Yep.
I want to do that one again at some point. I really want to. I did Fall For You because that one, Fall For You by Secondhand Serenade, was like another song that, like, my very first relationship, the person in that really liked, and I'm like, oh shit, this is actually a really fucking good song. And so I did a cover of that. I regret it now because that song is a fucking meme beyond belief. And so I should probably, I think it's already unlisted. I don't remember.
I can't see it on the channel.
Yeah, I know, it's gone. It's unlisted. It's in the playlists, I think, but it's unlisted. And then,
you know,
yeah, you can see it gets a bit more diverse over time.
Yeah, I do want to talk about that a little bit. Like, you make a cover, you're so damn proud of it, and then the song becomes a fucking meme.
Yeah, that happens way too often. I already knew Boulevard of Broken Dreams was a meme when I recorded it, but I really, really liked the song, and it got me through a lot of shit back then. And I was just sitting on that song and Holiday as, like, Green Day song, and Time of Your Life, obviously. Everyone knows that one. It's like a graduation song. I would sit on those three songs in terms of Green Day songs that I would listen to. But then I finally actually, like, I went to a Green Day concert in 2017. Actually, I'm gonna save this story. Fuck, I'm ADHD brain. I'm gonna save that for the American Idiot. For when we get to that, because I know we're gonna talk about that. Yeah. But no, yeah, like you could see over time. Yeah, it's like a lot of songs are like that I cover end up being memes, and a lot of that is intentional in future points. But back then, it was purely on accident, I think. Now, This Girl Is Not a Home, I know that one's a meme, but that one has a lot of heartfelt, like, intention, because that was when Stephen Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob, passed away. Yes. And, like, SpongeBob was a huge part of my childhood, so I'm like, okay, I have to cover this. And I wanted to, like, you know, go all ham on it and do, like, an original instrumental for it, which actually holds up decently well.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, that cover is, like, one of the only ones from back then that actually still kind of holds up, where my voice doesn't totally sound the worst. And then, yeah, more Green Day. It was, like, around the time when I discovered the American Idiot Project. I did When It's Time. And then, yeah, then that's 2019. That all kind of started pouring out slowly. And yeah, 2019, it gets a lot more diverse. Thank God. That was kind of the era where I started moving out of purely just covering Will's songs. I still would do it proudly, but I wanted to do a lot more original. Like, I was really expanding my musical horizons and interests, and so you see a lot of Green Day. You saw Panic at one point with Say Amen. I wanted to cover a lot more. I wanted to cover a lot more Panic songs back in the day, but I had no time. But Say Amen was one I really liked doing. It was a feel good song because I was like at an era in that time where I was actually kind of feeling okay. I did, and I yeah, and then like you see a lot of original like takes on stuff. More of that.
One cover in particular that I want to talk about, because I think at one point we shared a VC and you were talking about this, the Gatto Paint Zootopia cover. That cover holds up so damn well, even now.
No, I know. Well, see, that was the first cover where I was really able to experiment with like a distorted rock voice. And what's so annoying about that is it sounds so good, and then I could never replicate it afterwards for so long. Like, I did that, and now I'm like, why can't I fucking do this right? And like, in all my future covers for so long, it's like one of the only covers from 2019 where you could listen to it, and it's like, that kind of sounds like something that he would record like today. And it's I really was so proud of my voice in that one, and I love going back to that one. Plus, I loved releasing it again because I did that music video. Like, that was another AMV that I did way back in like the animation era, in like early 2017. But it flopped because that was around the time I had like a harassment campaign on me and had like people like mass disliking my videos, which was like, it's not like a huge deal, but it does affect the performance, I think. Yeah. And so it's like, oh, that kind of feels a little bit stained on that video. It sucks because I was really proud of that. It's harmless. It's just a Zootopia AMV of a Zootopia song. So like being able to like re-release that music video under a cover, I felt so much like happier with it, and like I was just so happy to like, have that out there. Yeah, but even like aside from that, there was just like a lot of like more original takes on things in 2019. Like I did like a fucking I remember Sad. There was like I don't know what the fuck you call it. I called it melancholy rap, but I don't know what the genre is actually. But it was like the era where you hear like XXX Temptation, like songs like that where it's like sad kind of rap or whatever, and I'm like, you know what, this stuff I can get behind. I want to cover. So like I saw like a version of it that like this one guy covered. I think his name was Kid Travis. He did like a cover of Sad that also included I don't remember the name of the song, but it's like push me to the edge, all my friends are, I think X Tour Life, I think it was. And so I'm like, I want to cover that. And so I did my own instrumental for it, and also included like a bunch of other songs like fucking Lucid Dreams and like Changes. That one is another one that I think still holds up decently well.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and like more piano covers. So there was World So Cold, which eventually got put into A Lover and a Fighter. And then Had Enough. I think Had Enough by Breaking Benjamin was going to be featured in an album at one point, but I couldn't find anywhere to put it, so I just kind of left it as its own thing.
Really? That's interesting. I would never have expected that cover to be included in an album. That's
like, it was just like an idea I had, but I didn't have anywhere to put it, so I'm like, I'll leave it as a standalone thing. Maybe I'll redo it one day. I Can't Fix You. I that was such a rushed cover. I wanna do a new one purely using Angry Piggy's instrumental.
Yes. But that instrumental is so good.
If I want to do that, I want to do like an animation for it, and I had like a collab planned, but I couldn't get around to doing it, and the story of what I wanted for it kept changing. I now have an idea, but I had to keep changing characters around a lot because like of personal experience, like because of like the personal side behind it. So I don't know if I ever will do it. Maybe one day I will, but I won't do an animation. But yeah, then the meme covers were coming back in like full swing. I did Revenge.
Yes.
Yeah, Watch Me Bleed was such an interesting one. I think that was around the trigger warning. It was around the time I like really unfortunately fell into like self-harm. And that song was a song that like connected with it really well. And I wanted to like, I found that song on a whim on a YouTube poop. It was like a SpongeBob YouTube poop that like I think it still exists. But it was like a YouTube poop of like SpongeBob and Patrick selling chocolate bars. That episode, but as a YouTube poop, and there was like a moment in it where like everything was grayscaled, and it like that song, the intro to that song was playing, and I'm like, that's a really, really hauntingly pretty piano riff. What song is that? And I'm like, Watch Me Bleed. And I listened to it, and I just was listening to it on repeat all night, crying, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I gotta cover this song, and so I did, and I'm really happy that it became a cover in The World of My Eyes. Yeah, but you see later on it gets more diverse, and then that's about the theme that would go on for the rest of my cover volume, like my volume cover playlist is just few DA games and Irish stuff, few like original and quite a few like other like original stuff. Mando Pony's stuff was always in the mix of those for a long time until what happened with him. Like when people found out what kind of person he was, it really sucked because I want to talk about this briefly because his songs played a huge part in my covers.
Yeah.
I loved covering his songs. There were so many of his songs that had a personal connection with me. That was so relatable when you take them out of the video game context. Songs like Fade Away, and Chara. I don't know how you say the character's name, but that song, I'll controversial take. I still listen to that one. I fucking hate Mando Pony and what he did. I'll still listen to that song though. That's the only song where I will and I hate when people do this, trust me, where I will separate the art from the artist. I listen to it on my own personal audio file of it where I don't give the creator any views or support, but I still listen to that song because it is still to me a very relatable song when you take the context of Undertale out of it and the feeling of wanting to finally erase the tainted legacy you've left on the world and escape from it. And so I still listen to that one a lot. But it really is heartbreaking, the stuff that happened with that, because I was so proud of those covers. Like Purple, Survive the Night. I had so much fun doing that with Liv. And fucking... I don't remember. There were so many. Like Just Gold, there were just so many fun covers, and I'm so sad that those... I just didn't want to have those up because I didn't want people to think I was supporting him. Yeah. But, it's unfortunate, but it's just what it is. But yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about the covers. There were songs that really helped train... why I did that, why I did a lot of covers was because it was a way for me to just have fun, but also train my voice. Doing a lot of covers really put my voice to the limit in the best way. I would strain it a lot, but it was like exercising it. And
it was part of the
helped.
process.
Yeah. Doing those, if I listened to people and just, fucked off with the covers and just did a lot of original stuff, number one, I wouldn't nearly have as much inspiration for a lot of stuff, and number two, my voice wouldn't be as trained as it is today. Doing those covers really helped train my voice and get my voice to where it is today, and I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, as someone who's doing or who has done covers for, oh god, I've been making content for a little while now. I don't want to think it's as long as it is. I'm sure you feel the same way, but it's I am more recently transitioning into doing original music. I even shared with you in Blue Sky DMs about the Nerdcore album idea that I have, and it's...
Oh yeah, okay.
It's shaping up to be some pretty cool stuff. I've got a whole original album, and it's doing covers has really helped me nail down what kind of vibe I want for the original music. It's I'm taking it's taking everything that you learn throughout doing all that and just putting it into something that's wholly your own, but you can still hear the different influences. And I really like it when artists do that. Like Caleb Hiles, he's been doing covers for so goddamn long, and it took him, I want to say, about 12 years to do actual original music, and it's such good stuff.
I know, yeah, and it's people got to be thankful that I decided to start on original. I mean, it didn't sound good, but people got to be thankful that I at least tried to start on original content while in the mix of all these covers, because I could have just been doing covers forever, and that would absolutely, I mean, maybe not, but from my prediction, based on how things have already gone, it would have been a damage to my channel if I just kept doing covers forever and only covers. And people, people are like, oh my god, he didn't do enough original stuff. He just kept trying to cover these things, cover Will's stuff, and just try to, but it's like, people gotta really be thankful that I like really at least tried to do like so much original stuff in the mix of all that, because like so many artists, yeah, they do covers for so long, and that's their choice, and they do great with it, but they do covers for so long, and it's gonna damage them trying to get themselves off the ground, possibly damage getting themselves off the ground for original stuff. I think in your case, like, you still kind of are at like a really good starting point to where like you could, if you do original stuff and get better with it, because I mean,
like, I don't have a very big audience, so
that's what I mean. I mean this like in a good, in like a, not like an offensive way. You don't really have that much of an audience, so you doing covers for so long and still like kind of remaining at the same level you're at is kind of good, because now when you start doing original stuff, if you really try to get yourself out there with that, more people are going to discover you as you're doing that, and I think that's going to be good. So it's like, in your case it's different, but for a lot of people that started getting really big just doing covers and then going to original stuff, it's scary and it's risky. I think Caleb Hiles got pretty lucky because he's also been doing a lot of featured stuff, and his covers always have some like original takes and like do something new, and so it's like, I think enough people got, and his voice is like like that of a god, so it's like so it's like when you have people like him doing that stuff for so long, and like people really love it. I think in cases like his, you can he can probably do he did very well with hitting the ground running with original stuff. But for some people, it's just really risky, and that's why like it is important to try to do a lot of original stuff in the mix of covers if you have that capability. If you don't, but it depends on what you're going for, It's a case-by-case basis. And I think I'm just glad that I did the original stuff I did when I could. Even if it wasn't the greatest. It laid the foundation for decent songs that got better when I finally went back to them. And we'll get to that soon.
Absolutely. And, speaking of the original stuff, I say we talk about it.
Please, yes.
Let us go into the... Oh boy, this is going to be a trip down memory lane. We are going to be talking about the original Psychotic Memories trilogy, not the
pre-remembrance.
Yes, not only pre-remembrance, pre-2019 remasters even, if I may.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
The first editions of these, there's the production side of this is so mind-boggling to me, because I want to just relay to all of you listening, Sammy did everything in fucking GarageBand. I swear to God.
We dive further. Not even just like GarageBand, iPhone 6 GarageBand.
Yeah, it is. I've talked with my friend Ember about this. They're a member of my community. They go by Oblivion Productions on YouTube. Okay. They are creating an album themselves in GarageBand because it's the only thing they have available to them. But they listened to your stuff for the first time more recently because they're a newer member of my community. And I kind of told them, to experience your stuff in the way that you should, like to hit it emotionally, I told them to go back to the original mixes.
Okay.
And to their credit, they acknowledged that, it had faults, you were younger, but they were amazed at just what you were able to do conceptually. Because especially iPhone 6 GarageBand, it was so bare bones. You couldn't do shit in that program.
I really pushed the boundaries of what I could get away with on iPhone level stuff. So it's like GarageBand, obviously, you do most of that work in there. And I always had to rely on some other apps to give it like more of the effects I wanted. Veloco played a good part in a lot of some of the covers, Veloco played a big part in some of the vocal effects. To this day, well, not really to this day, but as far as moving up in the moving up in the world, I've still used Veloco for a few vocal effects.
Okay.
But yeah, so or an original song wise, In the Shadows, I think was the last song to use Veloco. But yeah, so yeah, no, like I relied on a lot of like apps to like and DJ. This app that's just called DJ2 specifically. I used DJ2, which I would just use the app for fun, to listen to like nerdcore versions of songs. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure, but also to like listen to songs in other pitches and think I could probably cover it in this pitch because I like it in this pitch better.
Yeah.
Or like find inspiration for original songs where I'll listen to a song, then turn the pitch up and I'm like, I want to write a song that sounds kind of like this but in this pitch. And you'll see examples of that soon. Yeah, but DJ was also used as a tool where I could easily pitch up and down certain stuff without it sounding too distorted, because GarageBand's way of doing it was a bit distorted. So I would use DJ for that, or maybe like Song Surgeon on Windows to be able to pitch stuff up and down without having to make it sound like a chipmunk or Darth Vader. I didn't realize Ableton had that effect either, but I couldn't afford anything like that at the time. But yeah, and then like I use like Goldwave or Audacity for other certain like little effects and features. And yeah, but mostly GarageBand. But I really tried pushing the limits with what I could with free software at the time in like GarageBand. It didn't sound that great, but for its time and for what I was capable of doing, and especially at that age, I do forget that like it is impressive.
You really made that program work. Like you forced that thing under multiple times.
There's still some songs that I've done where I only used GarageBand on my phone and it worked out just fine. Like it'd be no different than doing it on an iPad. It's the same app. So like even more recent stuff, like In the Shadows was all done on my phone. That did not use Ableton whatsoever, aside from the Cubist ARP, which I'm a sucker for because of nostalgia.
Yes.
But also, like, I lied during the production of this. I told, like, I don't remember if it was amongst close friends or on Twitter. I said I would put What Is Real into Logic Pro and add some extra stuff to it. I didn't. What is real came out literally just through GarageBand, and it sounded perfectly fine. And so it's like,
you're kidding.
Granted,
What Is Real?
I had to do a lot of EQ tweaking for it to not sound as piercing like the old days. But it's like most of it was just still in GarageBand. I think I did put it in Logic Pro just to do some extra like EQ fixing, but I didn't add anything to it. Everything was still just pretty much done on my phone, and so it's like, and I think my Hell of a Boss song is gonna also use just GarageBand because it's just loops, and it's just some loops, it's just some like beats. Like it's still original composed stuff, but it's like I like to dig through some of the loops. It's in the Apple libraries. And so, like when I'm just using things like that and I don't need to use like a real guitar, in that case, it's like, no, I could just do it on my phone and it's going to sound fine. I like to work smarter, not harder in a lot of cases. And I know sometimes in the past that's led to things sounding lazy, but nowadays I really do still try to make sure I prioritize quality while still working smarter, not harder in a lot of cases. It's also because crazy. I can't be asked. Yeah, I'm being lazy in a smart way, I guess. But yeah. That's kind of going a bit further on. Psychotic Memories Trilogy. Yeah, it didn't sound the greatest at the time, but for what it had, it was impressive, I think, at that age.
Yeah, especially at that age, because you were, I want to say
15. Well, I was 14 when I started production on it. Ended production on Psychotic Memories, the album itself, when I was 15. And then as far as like a Lover and a Fighter goes, started off right after Psychotic Memories at age 15. Ended it at age 16. Downfall into Disguise started at age 16. Ended it at age 17. 5 years ago, almost.
Yeah, it's so crazy to me. I mean, and even like the growth in your skill set throughout those production cycles. And I think we need to acknowledge before we go any further, just general production cycles. When are you going to take a break?
That's
like what?
that's
When?
kind of that's
When
kind
is?
of already where I'm at right now. Work has slowed down a lot in 2024 because of a lot of things I've been going through. But and also just because I kind of want to lay low for a while.
Yeah.
That's the most I can say without poking the bear. But yeah,
Okay.
I wanna lay low for a while and also just focus on my mental health. So
Yeah.
I'm already kind of taking. I'm working on Downfall in Disguise Definitive Edition, and we'll get to that soon. But I'm not working on it in the sense of like. I'll get to it soon. It's being worked on, but not under the mindset that I'd be working on my other projects. And that was also kind of the case for Lover and a Fighter Rematch. But that I'll get to soon because I'll explain the context of what I mean by that. But yeah, I am kind of taking a break. As far as new albums go, I mean, Stay Determined was like, it was there as a new album, it had new songs, but it was really just a compilation.
We're gonna get into that one because that that's a long game that was played there.
Yeah, but see, no, yeah, that's a. What I mean though is like, recently, Vanguard and the Defenders of the Damned was kind of like really the last like big album production thing I've done. As of now, like not like last thing like final, but it's like it was the last like thing I've done so far.
Yeah.
In terms of like whole new production, I think as far as like new albums go, it's like yeah, there are talks, but I have not started on any songs for them at the moment.
So
but we'll get to that soon in the what's next portion.
So I'm not going to be reacting to Lone Wolf LP7 in 2026. Got it.
Yeah, I'll get to the details on that soon. But I think as far as like the production cycles for the original Psychotic Memories trilogy goes, yeah, it was similar to like other albums I would see. I don't know, like I just saw like, well, I'm already having fun doing this. It's a great outlet for what I'm going through as a teenager, you know, like, and I'll get to the whole like. Because I do want to cover a lot of ground in this portion. Because while yes, we are going to talk about the individual albums in their remake process, I want to go over everything as they were, and how they came to be here. So it's like
of course.
yeah, like I did a lot of the production of that just like in the span of like, I want to say, a year and a half is how long it would take to do. Yeah, it took about like a year and a half for the production as a whole for each of these albums. Obviously, I think as far as release cycles go, it would take a year. So like when people actually started seeing the productions come through, it would be like a year. Psychotic Memories, the song itself, June 23rd, 2017. The album, June 23rd, 2018. A Lover and a Fighter. The Monster Within, Halloween 2018. A Lover and a Fighter album, October 9th, 2019. So less than a year even. And then Downfall in Disguise was... Ooh, it was rushed as shit. And that release from 5 years ago, I call that a demo release, basically. The actual album...
I can see that, yeah.
The actual album, I like to say, came out on October 9th, 2021. The original version that came out in 2020 was more of a concept. It was more of a demo that should not have been rushed out the door. I think I just wanted to I think I was just like having a lot of fun having an outlet for what 2016 was and what it did to me and how it shaped me for better and for worse, that I wanted to just get it out the door and also just kind of be done telling that story. But I should have took my time with it. And even in 2021, I should have took my time with it. I didn't improve upon things like I should have in 2021. I just took what was already there and remastered it. And I feel like, and a lot of people get a lot of shit mixed up when I remake and remaster stuff. So like when it came to the 2020 CD releases, and Downfall in Disguise's release, those were purely remasters.
Yes.
Those are all like, I like to say that Eternal Heartbreak and Clown were remade, kind of. They had to be remade because they didn't have the files for them anymore. But everything else was purely just remasters. I think actual remakes are what, like, cause so like the CD releases were all remasters. They used a lot of the same bass work. The guitars weren't even re-recorded for the most part. I took the MIDI guitar, turned them into like clean guitar sounds, and then ran it through an amp, which sounds better, but it doesn't sound as good. So it's like, those are purely like remasters. And so when I was announcing that I was going to go back to these albums one more time to fully remake them as they should sound, people were like, oh, like, why are you remastering or like remaking these albums? They would say either word. Why are you doing these again? You just did this in like 2020. Even like my dad was saying that to me, and I'm like, no, those were remasters. These are remakes. I have a MacBook now that allows me to take these old GarageBand. I have Logic Pro, and they allow me to take these old GarageBand files, run them through professional software, give them professional drums, real guitar, better like mixing, real vocal recording with like an actual studio mic and everything. These let me do that. Like, I don't think you grasp the concept here of what's like of the difference. So those, but as far as this one, as far as like the 2020 remasters go, that's how it was. So that's like kind of the production cycle. It's like, when I did those remasters, I did those all in like 2 months, I think. I started on it a little bit in summer 2020, but I purely did those remasters for the CDs. I purely did those because I'm like, guys, I can finally do CDs now. So, that was really the only reason why. But, I think with the original trilogy itself, when I started writing Psychotic Memories, it was interesting. I was throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, basically. I call it that because that's just what my music was like. I remember A Lover and a Fighter was... No. Our World was my very first attempt. No, it goes even farther. I gotta really think in the mindset of what Downfall in Disguise means. The first one was my first attempt at writing a song. That's what it was. And it was like, I came up with the idea. So it's funny, we're not even starting with the Psychotic Memories song. We're starting with a Downfall in the Sky song, because that's the essence of that album. The essence of that album is supposed to match what it was like during that year. But obviously it's still sounding somewhat professional. That's the goal of Definitive Edition. Yeah. So I started off with the first one. It was like that, that groovy pop song about like having a crush, That's the idea I had for a song back then. Ooh, I really have this crush. It's a new feeling I just can't put my finger on. It's so weird. I want to write a song about it. I want to write a love song. It was so corny, but it was what I had an idea for as a kid, So I did that. And because it was my very, very, very first attempt at writing a song, I was not going to understand the concept between original and ripoff. I kind of did, but not enough to where it was going to not be considered a ripoff. So the song that gave me inspiration to write the first one was Honey Pop Another Date by DA Games. Yep. So
there it is.
That and a little bit of I'm the Purple Guy. Kind of just that kind of pop stuff. Like I got inspired off of those songs in particular. And so I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to do it like that. I even remember it was on a live stream, and I'm going to be very meta about this when I re-release this song because I have to be. I was in a live stream when I asked Will, do you think I should write a song that's kind of inspired off of the beat of Another Date? And he's like, or a love song. And he's like, I'm not sure if that's such a good idea. I did it anyways because I was optimistic. I should have listened to him. I'm kidding. But and so it's like when I did that, what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna be very meta about it when I re-release this song one more time. It's not gonna be under the form of a live stream because I wouldn't know how to recreate that unless I had Will record a voice line, and I don't want to make him do that for something as stupid as this. So it's gonna be a fake Discord, kind of like when I did Vengeance. It's gonna be like a fake Discord chat. Nothing else is gonna be on screen because I don't want to make it seem like I'm leaking anything from the DA, which I'm not. but I don't want to make it seem like I'm like trying to take anything from the DA game server. So it's just gonna be a blank Discord chat. But in the context, it's meant to be like it's in the DA game server, and I'm typing as like, I don't even want to use Jedi Sammy as the username. I don't want to pay any homage to that name. But it'll just be Sammy, but with like a picture of like the 2016 model of me, like not the Minecraft skin, but like the actual just me with glasses, of the human model that I have, and it's gonna be like. It's gonna basically recreate that moment where it's like, should I write this love song inspired by another date? And then we'll just respond as a message like, I don't think that's a good idea. And then you just hear like a voice line of me like, kind of just saying like, I'll give it a shot anyways. I'll try to like talk like how I did as a kid. I don't remember how I like it would be so I have to like kind of pitch my voice up a little bit. But yeah, I'll do that, and then it's gonna fade into another I almost called it another day. See, this is why I fucking hate this album. And it'll fade into the first one. And so when I wrote that song, that was the thought process. That's how that song was formed. That's how I made it. It didn't sound exactly the same as it does now because it was a completely different project file. It was like I never even like used like quantizing, I think it's called. Like nothing was ever quantized. I purely was just recording everything by playing it with my fingers, like the drums, the guitar, the synths, everything. It was really bad, and it was so much worse back then. The layout of it was literally just another date. But now with the first one, it is still meant to be a lot more original. There's like a whole dance break segment. There's like a lot of like the verses are extended.
Hey, we're not talking about the remasters yet. Don't spoil it.
This isn't. No, I'm talking about the first one as it is.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about how like the first one compared to how it sounded in 2016.
Never mind.
It's like the one in 2016 was just like straight up like you could put them next to each other like and they're the same song, like another day in that one. And this one, when I actually went back to recompose it in 2019 for this album under this mindset, I did still try to make it like different. Like there are like a lot of like some like the bass synth is very similar. It's not the exact same because I wasn't using FL. I was using GarageBand on Mac because this was one of the songs I did for my intro to GarageBand class. But I made the beats like different in a way where it's like, you know, the verses are extended. The chorus doesn't just like go into like a beats. The chorus is actually meant to be a build-up chorus. So it's like, so that's another thing that's different. A lot of people need to kind of look at these differences more and know that like, while yes, it is basically meant to sound like this song, it is still also meant to be different in a way too, to where it's somewhat still original. Yeah, and I think a lot of people are overcritical of that, especially in this scene. And I don't blame them with the stigma I've created towards myself, but you know, people do gotta really look at the fine details, and I think if you are looking that far into it, that is still kind of a point where it's like, yeah, this song is sounding like this other song, but people also got to remember that's the whole point. It's meta. It's meant to be that way. And if you don't like it, that's understandable, but you know, trying to criticize it for that isn't going to do anything because that's just how it was supposed to sound.
Yeah, it's that conversation that we were having about how the inspiration takes shape before the actual concept of the original art takes shape.
And so that's how the first one started. That's what it came to be. But then the next attempt at writing a song was Our World, and Our World was actually going to be called A Lover and a Fighter. And I feel like that song almost kind of fits that song better because of like the rock the orchestrated rock kind of thing. Like you think A Lover and a Fighter, a name as cool as that sounds fitting with that. No, it's for a pop song, but it's fine. It still works. But yeah, so it was going to be called A Lover and a Fighter, but we're going to call it Our World. That song, it came up as a concept where I'm like, yeah, I want to make a song about like how obviously like I'm a lover and I am someone that like loves this person, and I love like my friends and my family, but I'm also like I also will fight for them, and I will like fight to protect all of that. And that's the simplified, summarized purpose of that kind of song and that name.
Yeah.
And originally it was going to be that's what our world was going to be, and so like that very lyric, like I can't stop the people from attacking me, now there's anger that bleeds. That specific line was there since the very beginning. It's so old, and it's so there's gonna be a lot of lyrics that are gonna be like redone in that song, I think.
Yes.
But you know, at the time, yeah, that's what it was. I think like I don't remember if I wrote all the lyrics for it at the time. I didn't record anything, but I think I wrote all the lyrics for it and then scrapped it, unless I didn't. But that at least that line was there since the beginning. And the structure was very interesting. It was a very Layers of Fear like thing, but also again, this was at the time where my inspiration was only still like DA games.
I would compare it less to Layers of Fear and more Slay for Honor.
I'll get to that. No, I was gonna say, it was a bit of Layers of Fear, but mostly, well, when I started composing it, it was before Slay for Honor came out, so it was Layers of Fear kind of. Actually, a little bit of Onyx Colony. It was
Memories of the Damned.
No, it's a. It was like one of the oldest Onyx Colony songs. I don't remember the fucking name of it.
This
like the
is
guitar riff was
Martyr.
No, the guitar riff was like.
Onyx Colony has such a weird history. I can't remember.
Yeah, I know. It was we have become a little nightmare.
Oh shit! Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I genuinely don't remember the fucking name of it, but it was that I listened to that, and then I think listening to that, and then being inspired by like, oh, this is how Will started. I think that was where I'm like, yeah, I want to pick up GarageBand again and try to make a song. And so yeah, that's that's like what it was. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, the chorus is like, this will never be the same. Oh, Revisit the Past. That's what the fuck
that
it
was
called.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, Revisit the Past. So I listened. So it was that at first, and a bit of Layers of Fear. So like a lot of violin, it was like orchestrated rock, a lot of violin, a lot of that stuff. It kind of had like that. It was in C minor at the time. And then it went back up to, not back up, but then it went to F minor, which is what like our world is now. And that was like where that was around the time Slave for Honor came out. And when Slave for Honor came out, I actually had already listened to the song and had it on my computer because I recorded it from Will's live stream. And I'm like, oh, that's such a banger. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is what I want this song to sound like now.
Yeah.
So I changed it to F minor, really went ham on orchestrated rock. So it was a lot of like, yeah, so, but then the bridge was very Left Behind inspired at the time, unfortunately. And so, like, I don't know. So that's how it was at the time, and I don't know if I still have the audio file for that, and I kind of don't care if I do or don't. I mean, it's a little historical for me, but I don't really care. That's how it was at the time. I showed it off on like 1 or 2 live streams back in those days when I first started live streaming, but it wasn't anything special. But then I scrapped it, and then I tried again with the actual A Lover and a Fighter, and it didn't have a name at this point. It was just called like the default My Song Garage, or like the channel intro at the time it was called. I wanted to make a channel intro song that was very pop. Okay, my inspiration for this one, a lot of people are gonna say it was like what's that war song that
About to Explode.
Yeah, About to Explode. But oddly enough, that wasn't what made me want to start writing it. It was GTA Psycho's Pop Mega Mix animation.
Really?
It was the Pop Mega Mix from that. I listened to that, I'm like, I want to make a song like this. Just a fun little groovy pop song. So I did, and it was originally going to be in C sharp minor. And then I'm like, no, I want to do C minor. And so I went back to C minor, and the structure for that song is the exact same as it is now. It's just better, like now.
Yeah.
But the structure was the exact same. Everything was pretty much the way it was. I just remade it in 2018. But yeah, so that's how it was. Very, like, it had a lot of that pop mega mix inspiration, but then yeah, eventually About to Explode and Unfixable kind of came into the mix, and that's just what it is. But I think I can still look back and appreciate it now. But
Yeah.
when you listen to that compared to the rest of the songs in A Lover and a Fighter, it feels very Downfall in Disguise coded. It's like, yeah, this sounds like an older thing of Sammy's, I guess. But
Admittedly,
in terms of writing and composition,
Yeah. There is a little bit of that, but
but
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think it's better.
no, it's no, I know, yeah, it is. It's really like, and I'm happy with how it turned out now. And I think nowadays I lean towards Stay Determined as the channel intro, but
That's fair.
because now I love it because it's a Lone Wolf song at heart, But yeah, so that one was
Anyway.
successful in a sense, but then
Yeah.
Psychotic Memories follows. That's where we finally get to like the real path to this trilogy. All these other songs were a part of it, but this one was where we actually get to that. And so when I wrote Psychotic Memories, I was in a very dark state. As the story of Downfall in Disguise talks about, I was in my first relationship, and it was going very, very well. It was a really, really wholesome relationship. We were going to see each other. There's a lot of layers to it that I obviously can't talk about of why it ended. But my parents did have to end the relationship on their grounds. And I felt very controlled in that state.
Yeah.
And I felt like, it's like that rebellious teenager kind of thing. And I was really depressed for a while because of that. Because I was about to meet them, I had already been depressed because I was getting bullied at school a lot by a lot of people that ended up being fake. And the girl that I liked at school ended up, being very two-faced and ended up being very, like, mind gamesy with me. Which is what that added line in Monster in Me was about, kind of. It was kind of about both relationships. It was about that crush, but then it was also about the very first relationship. But yeah, unfortunately, it fell under. And so I was really depressed, and I wanted to kind of, I don't know. And so I was listening to Layers of Fear one night when I was staying up all night, or staying up till like 3 a.m., just depressed. I was listening to like Layers of Fear before going to sleep, and I was just messing around in DJ and pitching it up. I pitched it up into F sharp minor. I'm like, wait a minute, this could be a song. This is how I'm feeling right now. This is what I'm going through. This matches this. I want to write a song like this. So I did. I started. I wanted to do like a very sad sad violin riff at the beginning. Give it a bit of choir, and it's like, okay, I'm doing that. And then I start like, ooh, let's give it a heartbeat. Let's kind of lean into a bit of United We Stand. Give it a bit of a heartbeat, because it's like, okay, yeah, like my heart beats for this person, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then boom, orchestrated intro right out the gate. Very like crazy sounding, very like oh yeah, this is a very like crazy sounding song. Like it's all over the place, but in like the best way. I'm like, and by this point, I've felt very crazy in like this edgy sense where it's like, oh, like I put this person through a lot after my parents forced us to break up. We're still secretly dating, but I'm putting them through a lot now. I have a lot of these anger issues now where I'm like hurting them. And a lot of people would always just kind of call me this because of that. Like these friends of mine at the time, they would call me a psycho. These are the memories from this song. Tells memories from a state where I felt like I was a psycho. I felt like I lacked a lot of that remorse for what I was doing, and felt like I lacked, because I did. It was hard for me to feel remorse a lot at this point. It was a very numbing feeling, and like there's just like voices. There was a lot of things, and it's just not me just trying to be edgy. Like that was the state of mind at the time, and so it's like, okay, we'll call it Psychotic Memories. It's really edgy, but we'll call it Psychotic Memories. And so at first the song was written to be about me wanting to fix this relationship and me wanting to have the right to be with this person. I didn't want to be controlled by my parents. I didn't want to be controlled by anyone. I wanted to be with this person. But, and just, like, not let any of these people that are bullying me or, like, getting in my business to say otherwise, you know, like, and, like, it was about being bullied. And, well, at first it was just mostly about the relationship. But then the relationship just really fell under and was kind of past the point of saving, I guess. And I just kind of lost this person because my anger issues got worse throughout the beginning of 2017. And it was kind of over. And so I'm like, fuck, well, now what do I do? And so I rewrote the song, made it F minor, and had it be about, like, my anger issues and me regretting that I hurt this person that I cared about a lot. And also just me about, like, being, like, bullied and me just, like, feeling outcasted and not heard and misunderstood. And that's the true integrity of that song. Everyone was just calling me this psycho. Everyone was just making me out to be this person that I didn't want to be, but I felt like I had no choice. And I was just, like, numb to it. I was numb to the things I was saying and doing. I couldn't think before speaking, had no remorse. Lacked a lot of empathy, and that's ultimately what the song and the album is about. And so that's how the song formed. It was finished, and I released it on June 23rd of 2017, and a lot of people liked it, to my surprise. It had a lot of layers of fear. United we stand, especially with the like, and now I'm gone insane, happy. Like, that part had a very United we stand pre-chorus inspiration. Had a lot of inspiration to Not Gonna Die by Skillet. I think the main songs that really put this song together are Layers of Fear, United we stand, Not Gonna Die, and Purple. Those were all the songs that kind of put it together. Okay. And I liked it. A lot of people liked it. And when I heard Turn the Final Page and I saw how Will repurposed the old preview, people call it beta. That's another thing I should have also mentioned during covers. The term beta, when it came to, like, Will's demos, that was unfortunately started by me because I didn't know what it was called. And when I released the unfixable beta on my I call it on my SoundCloud just for fun, people were like, they took that and went with it, and I hate that I kind of caused that. But so, like, when I saw Will would, like, re-include the preview lyrics of Turn the Final Page and the bridge, I'm like, ooh, that gives me an idea. And I gave Psychotic Memories a second like you know, there's, like, the chorus, and I gave it the final chorus, and that final chorus was the preview version that everyone originally heard. And so it was a way to, like, shift expectations. And I know it caught, like, OK Fish off guard when I saw his reaction to it. A lot of people were reacting to him, like, whoa, people really like this song. And, like, it caught the attention of some of the DA Games community. I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, I was really happy to just see people, you know, feeling heard with this song too. And, you know? Yeah, definitely. And so I wanted to ride that wave. I did Monster and Me next. And Monster and Me is a very interesting one. I wanted to write a song about lust issues at the time, because I felt like I had a lot of, this is a very deep, triggering kind of personal subject, but lust issues were, like, kind of a thing I felt like I had as a kid, as a teenager. A lot of people were, you know, ultimately, while they may have been a little bit more urges than, like, the normal teenager, it was just a normal part of growing up. It's a hormone thing, you know, it's just what it is. Yeah. But, you know, I had a lot of those issues, and so I wanted to write a song about that. That's what Monster and Me was originally going to be. It was going to be called Lust, and, like, I listened to Going Under by Evanescence, and I'm like, okay. I pitched, it was the same thing as Psychotic Memories. Listened to it at a different pitch, and I'm like, ooh, I like this. I want to do a song like this. So I did, and this was at the time where I didn't really understand inspiration from ripoff, much like the first one. Psychotic Memories had so many inspirations that it was able to still be its original thing, its own thing. Yeah. Where as Monster and Me at the time was very just like, you could listen to Monster and Me and Going Under and they would almost match up perfectly, with the bridge sounding a lot like Draw the Lines bridge. It was such a stupid thing, but that's what it was at the time.
I want to apologize because I have been probably one of the few people who has actively pointed it out, and more so recently, it's like I kind of realize how much of a like a self-righteous dick that makes me sound half the time.
No. You at least weren't antagonizing about it. It gets worse. Like, you the way you went about it was fine. I wasn't like offended when you pointed it out. I'm like, yeah, like that is what happened, and you have a right to point that out. But that's where Psychotic Memories Remembrance fixes that problem.
Yes,
for the most part.
Very much.
And so, you know, with Monster and Me, that's what it was at the time. I'm like, I was showing my parents, they're like, you can't be writing. My parents had a lot of control over me still at the time, so they're like, you can't be writing a song about lust. You don't have lust problems. Get out of here. When you're this like monster character, this like psycho character, like this is not you. This isn't supposed to be you. They weren't really letting me, you know, they understand it now, and over time they got used to it, but they weren't really understanding that this was my outlet. They were kind of silencing that I had this outlet. And that like these were the things that were going on in my head, and I needed to express it, you know. And so like, that's where it came from. And so, but I'm like, okay, I won't fucking write about lust then. I'll write something else. And so I'm like, well, I still like this monster character that I'm like forming, and Goji kind of helped with some of the concept for that at the time.
Yes.
So you know what? Let's do Monster in Me. Just do that, like, because the lyrics like free the lust in me. I'm like, why don't I just call this song Monster? And so like, when I was like free the monster in me, I'm like, I'll just call it Monster in Me. And this was where the monster was formed as a concept. I had watched a lot of Mick Jargonuggets was another YouTuber that I fucking loved watching. I loved the stories. I was one of those dumb kids that really thought the Psycho series. That's another part of where Psychotic kind of came in. I saw a lot of myself in Jesse Ridgway as the character, the psycho kid, because I lashed out a lot. I had a lot of anger issues and was a very crybaby kid. I freaked out a lot, and I could kind of relate to Jesse in that way in the Psycho series. And I'm like, so that was also kind of where like that came from. But you know, then he was doing this. He was doing this new one-off series after it was like a while after the Psycho series was out of this, where it was it ended, confirmed fake. That's what got me even more inspired by Jesse. I'm like, holy shit, he like made this whole story and people believed it. It was so cool. And you know, and then so he was doing a new series called The Devil Inside, and it was like really cool. It was like this transition period for him unveiling this new series. It was a virtual reality series. I don't remember the name of it. My Virtual Escape. But it was like the series that was a build-up series to unveil that new story he was telling. And so The Devil Inside was like Jesse and this other character being swapped dimensions. And this new Jesse was like this edgy emo version that was like very like sad and depressed. But he was also like this alter ego is what it felt like.
Yeah.
And like it wasn't him, and I'm like, that's what it feels like. I felt like I've dissociated a lot, and I'm doing things that's not me. This isn't me. It's not supposed to be me saying or doing these things, these lustful things, these angry things, these depressing things. That's not who I am, but it's what I feel like I'm becoming. And it's all very edgy stuff, but these were the thoughts I had as a kid, and you know, and like,
yeah,
it does have a lot of meaning. So, you know, when that came around, I'm like, that's what this is. I want this to be a monster character. Like, it's a monster in me. It's not me. And why I called him the monster was because alongside being called like a psycho, you know, I would have like this person, this like first relationship person, and these friends call me like a monster. They would call me these things. Like kids at school, I don't remember if kids at school would necessarily call me that, but you know, just people in general. I would hear it.
Yeah.
And that's where these names, I would give them these names. And so that's when the Monster first developed. That's it. So Monster Me was the next song I wrote. I finished the instrumental for it while I was out of town in St. Louis, while I was fucking obsessed with Gospel of Dismay.
Fair. I mean, better than Build Our Machine. Anyway.
It's like and recorded the vocals shortly afterwards, and so that was Monster Me's development. And then after that, I didn't really write anything for a while. I did a lot of demos. Throughout the time, and then got into it was like 2018 where I really formed the next song. It was like January. I had like done a lot of shit that really messed up the friend group I had with like my ex-friends, and I fucked up. I did like some really stupid shit, and I wanted to, and it was shit that I should have worked on for a long time, but I couldn't. There was just no way for me to really fix the cycle, and so I felt like I couldn't change. That's what the next song was. A lot of people point fingers. It's another As the Lights Go Out, and yes, in a sense, yes. But another inspiration for that song was All of Me by John Legend, I think his name. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one was the inspiration for that. Rewrote it again.
I've actually seen that song as more of All of Me than As the Lights Go Out, personally.
Thank God! Someone finally... Yeah, someone gets it. Yeah. Looks like, you give me all I can... Yeah, like, mainly the chorus. So, yeah, I wanted to go back and rewrite it again, though. Give it, like... Instead of it just being like a piano song that's meant to be like As the Lights Go Out, I want it to be like a nice, more chill, electric, like pop kind of song. But it's still very emotional. And so that's what it became. So it's a lot more original now. The chord progression in the bridge was still very samey to its inspirations, but that changed after the 2019 remasters. That was I Can Never Change, simple concept. Inside was a very fun one to do because that one was just very much like I got inspired off of Gato Pint's and this is like the one time where an artist never fucking I don't want to say bash, but this is the one time where I got inspired off of someone and wrote a song that was like heavily inspired and didn't get bashed for it, and Gato Paint actually like showed a lot of love for it. Inside was inspired off of Envenomed, and I listened to Envenomed and like the puppet again, and I'm like, okay, I wanna write a song like this. But then I was digging through a lot of GarageBand's new synths that they added, and I'm like, oh, look at all these chiptune ones. I like fucking love video game arcade sounds. And so like I'm like, okay, I want to do some chiptune in here, and so I did. And so I think Inside was kind of one of the first that like took no DA Games inspiration.
Yeah.
And so did that. And I think this was at the time where I was just like kind of accepting that this was unfortunately the person I was. And in like 2018, and I dissociated a lot. Or disassociate, same word.
Dissociated. Yeah,
I dissociated a lot, and I just was using my own mind and fantasies as an escape from this harsh, cruel world I felt like I was in, where I felt misunderstood all the time at school and around people, and I was always just being this bad person that could never change. So what do? I just kind of give into the monster, give into these tendencies, and eventually one day give into punishing myself, self-harm, for the person I've become, and it's what I'm gonna deserve. And that's what Inside ultimately was. It's a song about dissociating and just kind of hiding inside your mind as your inner demons takes over and does all these and gives into these bad tendencies. And that's a very deep meaning, but it's also such a fucking banger.
Yes.
And even at the time, I still really loved how it sounded.
I think that Inside is one of those tracks where I'm gonna be honest with you, and I know that this is such a bad take, especially knowing what I know about that song now and how good it is. I didn't like that song originally. That was one of my least favorite songs off of the album, and I know that's such a bad take.
That's fair.
Winter for that
fair.
one.
Was it because of the meaning or because of the sound of it?
It was just, it didn't, for me, there was just some kind of energy about it that didn't mesh well with the rest of the album. It was very similar to Hiding in that aspect, where it just, there was something, we're going to get into that one.
No, yeah,
but
I get where you're coming from.
Like, there's something about that sound that at the time it didn't mesh well with the rest of the album, but especially now with the Remembrance edition, oh my god. It's probably, it's like right next to PM proper, and admittedly still Breaking Point is another one of my favorites off of that album.
Oh, I think that was the next one I wrote after Inside, so that's a perfect segue. But yeah, no, I don't blame you. Like, you know, it was definitely a different sounding song, but that one really like sparked. Oh, that one actually was one of the first few originals. Like Psychotic Memories had like 1,000 views. It got some attention, but Inside kind of blew up on SoundCloud a little bit. It had like thousands of views on SoundCloud for a little bit. I'm like, holy shit! Like this was like my most viewed like song ever.
Yeah,
and like original song, and I was like really happy. Like people really liked that one. Like,
and admittedly, that was probably another part of the reason why I didn't like it as much. I was like, this has such a weird sound. It doesn't really connect well. Why do people like this? I'm just gonna not like
That's
it
fair.
because of that.
That's fair. No, yeah, but it was also when we're like, I had like a watch party for it and everything. I think it was also at this point where, and it had some rewrites a little bit during its like during its production, because it's like, by this point I had already moved on from that first relationship and was with someone else. Yeah, so I wrote the lyric like, no ridiculous heartbreaking relationship is gonna keep making me happy. I removed that because I'm like, well, it feels a little like rude to write that when I'm already in a happy relationship now. At the time it was very messy, but you know,
It was better than the last
theme. Well, there was going to be a common theme of that messiness because, you know, we were all depressed teenagers. You know, just what it is.
Yeah.
But I rewrote the lyric at the time. It's like, I don't remember what it was, but then I rewrote it back into that lyric. That's why that one vocal clip was slightly louder in the bridge, because I didn't have that clip anymore and I had to isolate it back in. It was so weird. But it worked out. And then I just re-recorded it when I released the album. But yeah, so then Breaking Point came along, and this was another one of the ones I think I started as a demo in 2017, because when I really got hooked into Onyx Colony. And so yeah, I was listening to a lot of like My Corner and
This Is Martyr,
and like, yeah, that one unfortunately flew too close to the sun. I released it in like late summer. Like I did a video for it. I don't remember if I released it before the album or after. I kind of forget about this one a lot.
Before.
Yeah. So it was out for a while, and then this was after the album came out. In like fall time, I got a comment on that video where I think it was tagged Will in it, like tagged Will in the comment, like, this sounds a lot like Onyx Colony's This Is Martyr at DA Games. What do you think of this? And I'm like, whoa, shit.
Yeah.
I like, no, it was on Twitter. And I was like, yo, I'm sorry. I didn't know what to say. I was like embarrassed. I was like, okay, like, yeah, I had some inspiration. I guess I didn't think about how much it was too much of the same. I'm sorry. Will didn't care. He didn't confront me about it. And then, so yeah, that's what happened to Breaking Point. But the song meaning itself, I never even really got into. That one was just simply about being tired of being misunderstood. It was the breaking point of being misunderstood, being cheated on, feeling like, and, you know, being like lied to in that sense, and kind of being toyed with, and like no one understanding me, and it was my breaking point. I was tired of it, and it was a symbolism of lashing out and being and you know, just being done, and so, and that will definitely be very clear in the story sense of it. Yes. But personally, yeah, that's what happened, and yeah, and so that's a very simple meaning. That's where the artwork comes from. Now the artwork's interesting because this one I feel comfortable talking about. Gyra, I forget if it was Gyra's ex. I don't remember their name. They did the original artwork for that album.
Really?
And like a few other people that Gyra knew. Yeah. Gyra got me the hookup on the artwork for that. He did the lyric video for it at the time because he loved that song apparently.
Okay.
And so yeah, and
Gyra's cool.
It's very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting seeing how it evolved because the artwork, like you see one where it's like this figure that's like having me on strings. Originally, it was meant to be a fill-in for one of my exes, and that was a bad call. But when I repurposed it, I was so happy to like, wait, the ghost works for this.
Yes,
and so that's what happened.
Absolutely.
And it worked. And the ghost also is kind of like a symbolism for like, we'll get to that, but yeah, you know. Yeah, like everything else was there. It was just the structure of it was just not done right. And so, you know, but you know, over time, I can talk about this because this was like, you know, pre-remembrance, but I guess still after the original production.
Okay.
Going back and remastering this one was so it gave so much closure for me because like it really just felt like it was a different song. I had to do it in a different key and do the wildest key change ever with this one.
Yeah.
Just go really different on it, and I had fun doing that, you know.
And
I think
I do want to say, like, your opinion of this song, at least out of what I can remember, it has changed so drastically since that first version.
I thank that remaster and remembrance for that. I still hated this song after its remaster, like even when I rewrote it a little bit and restructured it a little bit.
I remember
like,
that with the tier list ranking that you did a long while back.
Yeah.
I was in that
'cause the
stream
drums,
and I was like, wait, what's wrong with
remember,
Breaking Point?
Yeah, the drums were so all over the place. I used multiple layered different drum patterns that just was too spastic and crazy. And like the just some of the vocals were still not that good. There were still just some things about it. Some of the writing, and you know, I'm glad I rectified that now. But at the time, it just I just had a bad taste in my mouth because of what happened too.
Yeah.
You know, but nowadays I can look back and be like, I've fully rectified those issues.
Absolutely.
You know? And so that's Breaking Point. I think Hiding came next.
That was in the melancholy rap era.
Yeah, that was when I was kind of getting into that a little bit. I didn't really like a lot of modern rap because, you know,
yeah,
like it's a very touchy thing to talk about without sounding like offensive, because in no way do I mean this in like an offensive way, because I my dad and I listen to hip hop and rap all the time. Like I grew up first on pop and hip hop things on the radio, but I loved the hip hop of that era, like the late 2000s, early 2010. When I started getting into like a lot of the modern rap stuff, I was listening to a lot of stuff that just sounded so fucking weird, like and you got like fucking random shit like that. I'm just like, what am I listening to?
Yeah.
And so it's like, you know, but so I wanted to make a rap song. I wanted to go back to my roots a little bit with this, because I'm like, well, I want to make something that's a little bit more into my roots of what I first started listening to. And so Hiding, and this is another song where it feels like, oh, this would feel like kind of like a Downfall in Disguise era song. Hiding is meant to go to my roots with how much I loved like late 2000s, early 2010s hip hop and rap.
Yeah.
Like that kind of rap. And so I wanted to do that. And I got heavily inspired by My Life by the game for that one.
Yep.
But then also a little bit of like Mano. All the Above was one of my favorite hip hop songs at the time. I would hear it on the radio all the time. It's like, all the above, all the above. I want to cover it one day, even though I shouldn't, because it's a very, the story behind that song is very like not about me, and it's a very like gangster kind of story that's just like, it feels a little offensive if I were to cover it, but I just love the song. I don't know. But yeah, so like I listen to songs like that, and I'm just like, okay, I grabbed a few other ones. I don't remember, like a little bit of Eminem, and I just like I would listen to these. I'm like, okay, that's the base foundation for the kind of style I want Hiding to be in, and why I did this song and this is a song just simply about being bullied. It's just a song about just being an outcast in life.
Yeah.
And just like being like an outcast in like at school, like just all that, just in general. That you're just kind of hiding in the crowd, or like you're
Yeah.
in the crowd. You feel like you have to blend in. And so when doing that, I wanted to make it a rap song because, well, if this is a song about me being bullied all the time, and what I feel like I have to go through at school, it fits because all the fucking kids that bullied me at the time were listening to rap. That was their kind of shit. And then in the comment section of Psychotic Memories when it first came out, one of those fucking bullies was like, what kind of edgy trash is this? You should be listening to like, you should be making music more like Lil Yachty and like listening to like Lil Yachty, not this edgy rock trash. And I'm like, oh, we're gonna do genre wars now? And like,
Yeah.
it was so stupid. So like, okay. If I want to make it, I'll make a song that shows like me being heard as being or that like speaks out on me being bullied, but I'll do it in a way where they'll understand it and do it. And so it was a rap song for that reason. And I'm really proud of. I know it feels so out of place with everything, but the whole point of Lone Wolf Music is that yes, a lot of it falls under rock and metal. It's meant to be a genre bending.
It's
A genre bending property. I don't know what you call it. Like
it's very sleep token genre fluidness.
Yeah, so it's like it has like a mix of whatever I feel like. It doesn't have to be like Vanguard was a very hard rock and metal send off, but everything else was pretty much like whatever the fuck.
There's always been an aspect of fluidity to the genre of Lone Wolf Music. It feels like, again, like referencing Sleep Token for an example, they've always decided to go with this genre fluidity aspect that they can just really go into anything. And while I do, I'm gonna say this, and I'm sorry, while I do agree that Lone Wolf Music is very genre fluid, never do Hiding again. Never do it again.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're gonna see some more rap at some point in the future.
I mean,
like,
yeah.
I'm gonna do more hip hop and rap.
Yeah, like I would love to see an updated version of that style, because I feel like Hiding was very held back by the time that it was written in. So I would really like to see how that style has evolved since then.
Yeah, that's true. I could have done more with it when I did Remembrance, but like I think I just liked how it was as is.
Yeah.
Also because it was kind of an afterthought, but also because I like, well, this already fits the style, that specific style of what I wanted from hip hop and rap that I loved a lot.
Yeah.
Like, you hear like the little trumpets, that specific kind of bass, the sad piano, and it's like, I don't know, it's like it's something that I personally was satisfied with, like even now, but like back then, it's like what it is.
No, I
don't know,
get
but
that.
I can understand why it's not everyone's cup of tea, and that's totally fair. But it does have its place, and I like how its meaning has evolved over time, because it wasn't just story-wise, it wasn't just about like me, it was also about the regrets that this other person had. It was kind of their apology in a way, where it's like,
Yeah.
I was kind of and when I say like a cheater, this isn't meant to be like directed towards like one ex, because I know maybe some will be watching, who knows. But it's not, when I talk about these things, I do try to be very vague. I want to respect the privacy, because that is an issue I've had over the years on this channel, is when it comes to vagueness in my venting, and I am trying to be better about that. So, when I say like some of these things, it's not going to be pointed towards one direct thing. It was a thing I dealt with at the time, but I don't mean to direct it towards anyone. But when writing this, and this is more so because of a story aspect, Juno does cheat on Chris, and this song is kind of supposed to be like also like an apology. That's why she's in the song.
Yeah.
But another reason was because I think a common thing with a lot of hip hop and rap at the time, there was always a featured artist. There was always that one featured artist that would do a lot of the singing, like T-Pain, for example. But also like a lot of female vocalists. I question if that's even like an offensive term now. I try to be careful with like what it's called. But yeah, like a lot of female vocalists, they would step in. Yeah. And do singing for somebody like Rihanna. Rihanna's another good example. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, no. So I would listen. I think I was listening to Run This Town at the time, things like that, or like things like "Love the Way You Lie."
Yep.
And when I was working on the definitive edition, we'll call it, hardly, and I'm like, you know what, this would work for Hiding, and so I'm like, I want to get Liv on this. I want Juno as a character to finally have a spotlight in this story somewhere, like in the albums. So I'm like, let's get Liv on this. Let's rewrite the song a little bit to where the girl in the story feels bad for what they've done. Like, yes, it's obvious that the main protagonist fucked up. He's got all these problems, but Juno also wasn't perfect. She contributed to that.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that's the theme of that. So, you know, that's where Hiding goes as a story, and that's why there was eventually a featured artist in that one. And Lulu and I Can Never Change was also kind of a given because I wanted that to be like the ghost's foreshadowing in a way.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I'm here, I'm lingering. But in remembrance, they make more of a presence.
Yes.
But, originally, yeah. So like I wanted Lulu to be the voice in your head that's like grieving on the past and being like, you're not gonna change, but here's what you can do to fix. I had like an idea for it, but yeah.
Yeah.
And so after Hiding, my memory on the production process of Psychotic Memories is very fuzzy because
I mean, it was a
lot
while
of those
ago.
years. Well, a lot of those. Well, and I learned this from my partner who's had to deal with this too, Mighty. A lot of really traumatic and depressing points in your life you end up forgetting a lot about.
Yeah.
Because of the trauma.
Yeah.
And like those memories get suppressed and you just don't remember that. I might not be explaining it correctly, but it's something along the lines of that. And so I've definitely been there.
There's a lot of repression when it comes to specific traumatic events that anyone goes through. Like, if y'all are forgetting shit that really fucked you up, it's okay. It happens to all of us.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, okay, yeah. So there's not that many left, actually, because I forget that a lot of the other songs in this album came afterwards.
Yes.
But Dream On, I forgot, actually came after Monster and Me. The DA Games Azrael Dreamer song cover. So with this one, it has a pretty deep history. And this also we'll talk about Clown in this aspect too a little bit.
Okay.
Why this song makes such a presence in this story in Clown, which I want to say this now so people don't get their hopes up and get disappointed. It's not getting sampled in the Clown anymore. It also doesn't fit the song. It fits the story aspect, and it goes back to that whole aspect of like, oh, it's telling a story and it's supposed to be like this. But that is one thing I am going to put my foot down on and hold back on. I'm not putting Dream On in Clown. I want Clown to stand alone as its own song because it's such a great song, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And its meaning is so good and a lot of people can relate to it. But that inclusion of Dream On really kills the immersion and really kills when you're inside of that song. So I'm going to remove it. And I think it's going to be... It's still going to pause for a moment and you're going to hear the crowd laughing in the background. But you're not going to hear Dream On.
Okay.
That's all I'll say. That's the only other bit of hinting. Some of that conversation might have to be cut. That's a risky topic.
I'll do with that in post production. I'll consider that.
So
sorry about that.
So Dream On as a song, as the cover song included in Psychotic Memories. I was really scared to like include any covers, but it's like, well, something about me is that covers are a pretty known thing about my content creation, and I want that to be seen in my original work too.
Yeah.
Like I want a cover to be done to tell a story and have its own original spin. So that's what I did with Dream On. I wanted Dream On to, because that song, it's such a relatable song in the sense of like fighting to keep this person in your life, but ultimately having to let go.
Yeah. Agreed.
That's what Azrael kind of is, and that's what his whole purpose is at the end of Undertale. He just wants a friend, and he has to let go, unfortunately. You know, like and so when you look at that song, it's like I listened to it. From that very get-go, I felt so emotional and cried when I heard it. And it was like my favorite song of his for so long, of Will's, and I think it still is. It's hard to say now after everything that's come out, but that song, I wanted to, you know, hold that near and dear to me. I think at the time when it came out, I had felt a lot of regret for putting this crush I had in an embarrassing position, and I wanted to apologize and hopefully seek out something good with them again in the future.
Yeah.
And so foolishly, and this is where the story of Clown kind of came in and why I included this sample in Clown, I performed this song at my so this is in 2016.
Yep.
At the talent show in my 7th grade talent show, and I kind of dissociated at the end of this, so I don't remember if I did it or not, but everyone says that I did. I believe it. I think I literally said goodbye and said the name of them at the end because I felt like I've lost them at this point.
Yeah.
And it was the most embarrassing thing I have ever done. One of the most. And no one at school has ever let me live that down. Ever. Yeah. No, until I had gone and left that fucking shithole. No one would ever let me live that down, unfortunately. And obviously she didn't let me live it down either. She would talk about it sometimes. I'm like, hey, we don't need to talk about it. Like when I would still talk to her every so often as a friend. You know, so that's why it's included in Clown. But and you know, that's like how I felt about that song. It's just about really trying to hold on to someone, but you can't let go. Like, but you have to. And so it's included in Psychotic Memories for that reason. It's the acceptance of, fine, I can't have you anymore. And this is more so in the context in Psychotic Memories. It's more so in the context of this first relationship. You're gone, and I can't. You're. I know you don't want to come back, and so I'll let you go. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
So that's where it is. It's gonna be a pretty interesting inclusion in the story.
Yeah.
I had a music video planned for it, and I still kind of want to animate it, but it's gonna be includes fighting choreography, and that's gonna be so hard to do.
Yeah.
But what I will say about it is that in the very first attempt at me covering the song, there was old as fuck art that I did for it, where it was like back when I had the Nightmare Jedi Sammy character.
Oh boy. It
was like this giant fucking like animatronic monstrosity of like a Minecraft. It's so cringe, but it was so like we'll word it like this: a monstrous version of me that's like towering over, and like you see the girl. You see the girl.
Yeah.
She's holding a sword, and like she fights him, and that has been repurposed in this case. That's what's gonna happen. The context of it in the story, I don't want to spoil, but it will be pretty interesting how that will go.
Okay.
Anyways, that's Dream On.
I do want to say, if I may,
yeah.
before we move on any further, Dream On, just talking about that song, that was, I think I've told this story on the channel before, but I don't know if I've said it to you. That was the first DA game song that I ever heard.
Good choice. You got lucky there. It's so fucking good.
But it wasn't the first Will song I ever heard. Because I found Will through the old My Curse cover on the old Will Ryan channel.
Oh!
I found him through there. And then in 2016, it just randomly got recommended to me. Dream On.
Okay.
And it was like, whoa, he's doing stuff now, I guess. And I've told that story before, and people are like, how did you find the smaller channel first?
I mean, it really, like, he just uploaded whatever on that. It was like he uploaded like Family Guy stuff. He uploaded like some other like Five Finger Death Punch covers, and it's like, you know, if you're in a niche community where like you're finding like covers of these things like that are just gonna pop up, you know, like that's pretty common. So it is kind of a rare sight to see, but that makes sense, and that's not unlikely. So, you know, I'm not that surprised by it. It's cool though.
And it's interesting because I kid you not, this is real. This is too weird to I would say this is too on the nose to bullshit and make it up. 2 years ago, on the day that I found the original Dream, or that I found Will's channel, I found yours. 2 years later, on the day, is when I found yours, and it was so weird.
That's funny.
It's so weird.
Yeah. All right.
But it was your first cover of Dream On as well, so.
Oh the original version. Yeah, that was another one that Jaira helped on the lyric video for. Jaira is a huge Undertale fan and loved Azrael.
Yes.
So it's like so like he of course wanted to help with that. That one I wanted to. That's why you would see the monster as the main artwork in that, because it was always meant to tell a story in the Psychotic Memories story where like in this like fantasy world, the girl is battling me possesses the monster. And you see, like, that's where the full form monster appears for the very first time.
Yeah.
They fight, and yeah, so you know, I don't have a model of that. I only have like a mixed form monster, but it has the head. So you know, that's something I want to do a music video for in the future. That's why you never saw an upload of Dream On, despite it being finished. I still might upload the audio of it, and I need to just do this. I also wanted to do a music video for Invisible Wall, like a VR chat one. But it's so hard to get people to chime in with that. So, like, I need to just stop holding off and just release audios and then release videos.
Yes,
I just hate doing
agreed.
that because I don't want it to take away from the views. But, you know, it's what it is. And I think with how things have been this year, I can't be bothered to do a lot of this shit anymore. So I'll just release the audios and just see what happens later on.
Yeah.
But next song, Like No Other. Yeah, so I think after I wrote Hiding, I then did Like No Other. And this was this is close to the release. Yeah, this was like, oh, no, wait. Actually, Happier Past came, like, a little bit after Breaking Point, I think I'd like to say. It was either before or after Breaking Point.
Yeah.
When I wrote that one, I think that was just a simple song about me just grieving for that time in 2016 before everything went to shit. Like, oh, I should have been more mature. I should have been a lot less weird with this girl that I liked. I should have done more to, like, keep these friends around and not be so weird. I should have took my leap and just because I think this girl, she was probably just playing with my feelings and was probably just messing around. But I think at one point she, like, told me that she still liked me.
Yeah.
Around the time I was with my first relationship, and that first relationship fell under. So I was like, damn, maybe I should have just went to her. But that wouldn't have been a good idea looking back now. But at the time, like,
Yeah.
I felt like this person would have treated me better, or if not, like, not really that, but like it felt like maybe this person would have been a better relationship, I guess. Ultimately, no. This person was obviously just messing with me. This girl was just obviously messing with me. Staying in the relationship that I was in was the better option, you know? And, you know, but yeah, at the time, it was just me grieving for that time in 2016 where I felt like a normal kid and was just happy.
Yeah.
And I yearned for that back, but I was never going to get that. And that I was always going to be this outcast. And it's just acceptance. Grief and acceptance in a way.
Yeah.
Of everything that I've had to deal with. And that, like, you know, that you think that's kind of where the story would end. But then after Hiding, yeah. Like No Other came around, and that was around the time where Will had the channel into the out of order shit that was going on, and he was so close to deleting the channel and was going through a lot of shit. And I'm like, nope, no, that's not happening. This is not happening. I was like there for him in the VC, in like the DA game server VC when everyone was trying to support him, you know. I think in like a donation, I was also saying like in the live stream we was talking about it, like, I really want to write a song for you, like to show you how much you mean to me and to all of us. And he's like, no, please don't do that. And I did it anyways.
Yep.
And yeah,
I think I want to say that has sealed you, like you've been embedded into like not just you're a member of the community, you are part of the integral DA Games community, I think now, because of that song.
Maybe, yeah, I guess, yeah, well, I know I have contributed a lot to some of the things, like indirectly contributed to a lot of things that were to come in the future.
Yeah.
Like when I did the Until Dawn Balto music video, that was supposed to be submitted to MomoCon's AMV thing in 2020 before the pandemic. And Will had he had like a thing going on for a while where like if people submitted certain songs to the AMV category, they would bring him on to perform them. He's like, well, shit, now I got to remake these songs.
Yeah. And
that's how United We Stand came to be. I'm on the Hunt was almost done because of that. And I was almost made because of that. And Until Dawn.
I might have a controversial take here. I wish it was I'm on the Hunt.
No, that's fair. I liked United We Stand, but that is fair. I wish I submitted Dream On instead. Because I had a music video idea for that. Dude. I had a music video idea for that involving Ninjago. It was a throwaway thing. It wouldn't have entirely fit. It was going to be about like Lloyd and his father. Oh, that was another thing I did back in the day too, around the time I did Press Start to Begin. I did a Dear Brother AMV.
Yeah,
with Lord Garmadon
I remember that shit.
Wu.
Oh my god.
And because Lord Garmadon, spoilers for like the Only One Will Remain Ninjago season, where they do like the game. I don't remember what it was. Lord Garmadon becomes a snake at one point, and then he like sacrifices himself.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what it was all about, but yeah, I wanted to. It was such a.
Oh
stupid
my
AMV,
god,
yeah.
I remember that.
But yeah, no. If I were to go back to 5 years ago when I was submitting a music video to the 2020 MomoCon AMV contest, because I was gonna go to MomoCon that year.
Yeah.
I should have done Dream On. I would have loved to hear a Dream On remake. And I'm so sad that the Rock Remakes album was canceled because I would have loved to see him do that. Because I know that was one of the songs, you know, that was like in like
talks.
Oh, it was mostly a lot of 2016 songs that were in talks. I'm like, fuck, that would have been such a good one.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that I at least kind of rectified that by doing my own cover of it. But yeah, so like no other, the instrumental for that one was interesting. The inspiration for that one was interesting. I did that like. That one, I think, was one of the first few songs where I didn't have an inspiration, and I was just purely coming up with stuff on the fly, which is ironic for a song that's dedicated to DA games. It's ironic because of my past, with everything else I've done having some DA games inspiration, but the one song that's actually made for Will and for the community had no inspiration and was just its own thing.
And I think that's what made that song special. Like... It was wholly your own, but it was still for this other thing. It was really cool.
And so like, you know, and also Psychotic Memories needed some form of hope and positivity somewhere in such a story of desolate, like loneliness, and outcast and like outcasting. And so, you know, like no other filled that void. And I mean, I did take pieces. The instrumental took pieces from other canceled demos that had a lot of heavy inspiration. I think some of the piano riff at the like in the pre-chorus came from a different version of A Happier Past that I wrote that was very Instruments of Cyanide demo inspired. Glad that never saw the light of day. There was a demo of A Happier Past where it sounded completely different, and it was inspired by the Instruments of Cyanide demo and Space is Cool by Endigo.
Really? Those are two very different songs there. That would have been interesting.
But when you hear it, you'll see how they mash together. But I'm never that's never gonna see the light of day.
Damn.
But yeah,
I was gonna say like
riff.
show me after the interview, but no.
God, I may.
Oh
but
shit!
I took the piano riff. I took the piano riff from the pre-chorus in that and just slapped it in there. So like the chord progression is a little bit like. Taking it away. So the chord progression like is kind of similar to the Instruments of Cyanide demo's pre-chorus, but you don't hear it because it's such a different song.
Yeah.
And it's executed so differently. So no other song really was like a huge inspiration. I think like it just took pieces from that canceled Happier Past demo, like some of the drums and some of the and it wasn't like a rock song, it was just like a nice pop song, and I'm glad that I'll get to that later. But and then so that was Psychotic Memories as an album, as like the production. When A Lover and a Fighter came next, I was like, okay, I need to lock in and kind of do a bit better here. I need to start getting some real guitar stuff on a few things. And so Jared helped with the next song I started production on, The Monster Within. I wanted to tell a story that could end this depressing arc, and while I was still going through it, I wanted to at least give the protagonist a happy ending. It was still about me, but it was like a hopeful happy ending. Like, what could it be?
Yeah.
And so that's ultimately what it always was. And so The Monster Within was like, okay, there's monster in me, but that's not the monster's song. We need a song that purely shows what the monster is supposed to be.
Yeah.
What he personifies as. And he is a personification of everything you shouldn't be. Like all of these negative tendencies that form during your depression.
Yes.
So lust, suicide, anger, things like that. I don't remember fear, like all those things. And so that's ultimately what the song kind of is very blunt about that, and it's very much a more musical-esque song. And then that was around the time I was really listening to the American Idiot musical.
Yeah. So
I'm like, I want to... And around the time I discovered Famous Last Words.
Fuck yeah, dude. There it is. There's that mention.
Especially Two-Face Charade.
Fuck yeah.
And I loved this whole like storytelling. That's where I started getting the inspiration for storytelling in my music.
Yes.
Was both The American Idiot as an album and musical, and because both have a story, but the musical fleshes that out more.
Yes.
And Two-Face Charade. So like, okay, so The Monster Within already had some right from the get-go, famous last words inspiration, like let the show begin. Like it was meant to be to take a page off of what's the name of the first song in Two-Face Charade?
Welcome to the Show.
Welcome to the Show. Like,
literally welcome to the show.
So like the intro is very similar in that way. And when you hear like in the final chorus, like when the instrumental breaks for a second, like soon all that's left of you will be me, kind of took a page off of The Show Must Go On in Famous Last Words, where it's like and that chorus before part 2, it's like I won't resign, and the instrumental comes back. I wanted to like do things like that, like I had a lot of Famous Last Words inspiration right out the gate with this song, and I wanted to be like a really heavy. I wanted to be like what Psychotic Memories kind of was, but couldn't. I wanted it to, so that's why you hear like a little bit of elements of Psychotic Memories in there, with like the F sharp minor key, the tempo, and the violins.
Yes.
It was meant to like kind of still have that element, like this is still a Psychotic Memories trilogy song, so but yeah, I wanted to be really heavy, like on like the rock and metal aspects of it. So there's
I think
a lot more screams, a real breakdown finally.
Yes, and that was something that always caught me off guard when I first listened to that song, because I was like, whoa, Sammy's actually doing this shit. So and so the main inspirations for this one, aside from a little bit of Famous Last Words elements, was Purple, obviously.
And back then I would have been like, shit, we have another Monster and Me breaking point situation. But nowadays I could give less of a fuck, because in a way this song is like a substitute. Like, oh, I really like that song, but it's made by a shitty person. This song is like a substitute for that. You missed the song Purple? Listen to The Monster Within instead. It's not about FNAF, but the song is similar. So this is the one moment where it worked out. But it wasn't just that though. Like, it still had a lot of like, okay, Psychotic Memories as a like this was kind of at the point where I started getting inspired off of my previous songs, which is a very interesting way to go about it, and we'll get to that in the next one that I wrote. But like, it was Purple. But it actually kind of leaned a bit more toward, aside from the piano and the bridge, like where it gets to the soft like part, where that was kind of similar to Purple. A lot of it was actually kind of also inspired off of "Stuck in Your Head" by I Prevail.
Yes.
I listened to it at a bowling alley randomly, where it was playing in the background, and I'm like, why does this song sound like Purple? And I'm like, oh, this is a really good song. And like, I listened to it, I'm like, wait. Like, I had it in my library for a while, but then like when I was working on The Monster Within, I'm like, okay, let's see what we got here. I was like listening to Stuck in Your Head again, and I'm like, I was like fucking around and mashing it up with Purple. I'm like, wait, ooh, this could be a song. Yeah. And so so the breakdown where it's like, I'm sick of your shit. The inspiration from that came from the "You make me sick, run around again," and the breakdown in Stuck in Your Head. So. Yeah. It's another song that's kind of guilty of relying too much on its inspirations, but I think in a way it still holds up to where like you could still view it as its own thing, and it's not as like harmful compared to well, none of it's harmful, but in the stigma that the nerdcore community has with how much they really don't like when things are so inspired. Yeah. From my experience, it seems. It's not as harmful as like Breaking Point was and Monster and Me, even though no one really pointed out Monster and Me that much except for you, which again, it's fair. At least you weren't a dick about it. And so
I beg to differ. I think I did go a little bit too far, but
I wasn't that offended. You didn't put me on blast, at least. I can at least appreciate that you didn't fucking put me on. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so petty about that. It was so long ago, and I understand why it happened, and with Breaking Point, and it was so valid, but they didn't need to tag Will and put me on blast. I felt like that was a little much. They could have just messaged me. It's like, hey, I feel like this is I'm like, oh shit, okay, yeah. I'll yeah, but yeah. But Monster Within is, I feel like it's still a song that holds up and isn't like as harmful. That's why I didn't change anything about it really when I redid it. Yeah, I felt like it was fine as is.
Speaking of the rematch version, I do want to touch on this now. I want to acknowledge the ting ting in the breakdown, because that was a modern addition. I know that was a new thing.
Oh yeah, so. Originally, that was something that was already there in the garage. This was kind of the point where I was also starting to rely a little bit on GarageBand's drum generator, because I'm not the best at writing drums. I've gotten better at it in Vanguard, Defenders of the Damned, but yeah. During this era, I was kind of using GarageBand's drum generator a little bit. Okay. Like the little orange track thing. I forget what it's called. Yeah. So, obviously, I would go back a little bit and edit it a little bit to like rewrite things and chop stuff up, so it's still like kind of original, but it's used as a base work for the drums. Yeah. So that ting was always there because of it. It was just very drowned out, I think. Yeah. But then when I set the isolated drums themselves to Ashton Baltwaz, yes, to for the first remake, because that one is a full remake, so that one has had 2 remakes, but it's fine. When I said it's to have Baltwaz do the new drums, he made that ting a bit more present, but it still was kind of hard to tell. With my new drums that I have for my music that I started using ever since Jar of Hearts. Yes. Or no, ever since Slow Dancing in the Dark. Ever since that cover, I went like full ham on like making sure that like those drums were as like really present, and so you could really hear that too. And I'm like really happy with it.
I really have notice that, especially, like, I've always realized and recognized that your instrumentals, I think your instrumentals are the best pieces of your music. That is not to say...
Oh, no, definitely.
That is not to say that your vocals are bad. Your vocals are fucking way better than mine. They have this very rich soul to them, and especially nowadays, your grit and that rock voice that you always craved before, you have in spades now. But I love your instrumental work. It's so simple, but it's so... I don't even know how to describe it. Like, it's so cool.
Oh, yeah. That's why I've always released my... I mean, granted, sometimes I take a really long time to do it, but that's why I've always released my instrumentals. I'm always the kind of person that really hates when artists don't release their instrumentals. I get it. They want to encourage originality and shit like that, and, you know, no artist is obligated to, because, you know, it's like, that's not the point. Not everyone's going to... It is kind of a waste of time and views for some artists. That's why I think that's why Will stopped doing it. But, like, you know, it doesn't really generate any views, and it's just like a waste of space. But there is always that cult following of people, for better or for worse, that love when artists release instrumentals. And and a lot of people rely on instrumentals for something as simple as karaoke to making a whole cover.
Yeah.
And I want to give that crowd that. You know, if people want to sing my songs for karaoke or for their school talent shows, go right ahead and fucking do it. That's what I wanted as a kid for, like, all of my artists that I was inspired off of. And so, you know, it's like, if you want to cover my shit, go right ahead. Just credit me and don't fucking be malicious about it.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I care about. Like, I love when people do that. And so, you know, I've always loved releasing my instrumentals because it also gives people a chance to hear, because of those reasons, but also it gives people a chance to hear the hard work I put into each individual melody, each individual instrument, because you're not always going to hear it.
Yeah.
And, like, yeah, so I find myself nowadays, and this is why I don't get anything done, I'll keep going back to my band camp and just re-listening to my instrumentals over and over, because I'm like, fuck, I really love how that turned out. But yeah, so the next song... Invisible.
One more thing before we do move on to this next one, because this next one's a doozy. Speaking of the famous last words thing, I wanted to ask, because I know that it was a plan at one point, is the idea...
I know where you're going.
Is the idea still there for the Two-Face Charade cover album?
I would love to. But number one, it's another thing that I would love to animate.
Okay.
But that's already a risk in itself. But number two, I mean, it's a great album, but the story is so fucked up. It's about this guy that gets fucking, like, obsessed with this, infatuated with this girl. He becomes a yandere, basically. He wants to date her, but she's taken, and so he fucking kills the boyfriend.
Yeah.
And like... And then he kills the girl when she tries to flee, and then kills himself. It's so fucked up that if I were to cover that album and put my character, like myself, like my character in that story, that's gonna raise a lot of red flags. And it's such a good album though, and I do like the story. It's a really messed up story, and I don't condone anything in it, but it is really cool.
Yeah,
like it's
I would call it metalcore Broadway. I love that shit.
Yeah, it's a very metalcore Broadway. And you know, like, I mean, people also gotta remember that it's not necessarily the protagonist that's doing those things. It's their inner demons taking over. That's the other reason why I really like the idea of it, because the monster was always such a lust, like, one of his main things he would put onto the protagonist is lust.
Yeah.
And I felt like, damn, that, like, this story connects with the monster.
Yeah.
And like these characters I've already made. So it's like, I feel like that's why I wanted to do it too. Ultimately, I don't know if I will, because it's just so controversial.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
People are gonna get the wrong idea no matter what way you put it. I'm surprised no one's ever fucking gotten on my ass for covering those in the past. I was 16 though, and that's the other thing. I still listen to this album.
Yeah.
Because I love the music, and I love. You know, the story's fucked up, but it is all really cool. But I I haven't. The reason why you've never seen me cover it anymore after 2020 when I did Show Must Go On was because I grew up and I'm like, yeah, no, that's just too risky and that's just too weird.
Gotcha.
But I still look to Famous Last Words as one of my biggest musical inspirations.
Also, side note,
their future words.
Side note, JT, if you're listening to this, because I know that you follow the channel, you've DM'd me on Instagram before. Please don't take this as an attempt for me to get you canceled. Please don't do that.
No,
I'm sorry, dude.
No, yeah, we fucking love your work. We genuinely fucking love your work, and your music has inspired so much of my music. If you are watching,
and I've talked with him about some because I reacted to I reacted to the Bohemian Rhapsody cover that he did, and he messaged me on
that was so good.
He messaged me on Instagram about it, and I was like, oh cool, like we've actually talked a lot about potential original music collaborations because he's doing a lot of features.
I want to work with him. See, I want to work with him on something, but I don't know what because I remember back in the day he reached out for like, hey, commission me for vocal work. I was going to do that for something, and I never had anything I could because like, well, if I have him do like something as the monster, that's going to be very inconsistent with the rest of my stuff. But I don't have a nerdcore song that would fit with him.
Yeah.
So it sucks. I want to work with him on something, but if that opportunity ever comes, if I ever do get to like meet him or whatever, I have to really think what would work.
I mean, his DMs are open on Insta if you ever want to reach out. So.
I know his Postscript account, I think, followed my account at one point.
Yeah.
But that was about it. I don't know. One day I'll hopefully get to meet him. But yeah, so the next song, finally in A Lover and a Fighter, Invisible Wall. That one was a really interesting one to work on. I think that one I had so much fun working on as a kid at 16 because I was 15 still.
Which is, by the way,
it was
still
winter
crazy.
Time.
Oh my god.
I know. It was winter time during that period, and I had like a wintry vibe going. I think there was a demo.
Winter is.
I got inspired.
Is that a
no.
reference?
There was a few things that I listened to. There was a few things I listened to at this time. There were a few demos I would hear on live streams of Will's, but I remember I was gonna write a Lone Wolf song. At this point, I already wanted to write a Lone Wolf song, and I was listening to "Nothing Can Hurt Me Anymore" by Mando Pony, and I listened to that, and I'm like, ooh. I listened to it in the key of F minor, and I'm like, ooh, this could be like a Lone Wolf song,
mm-hmm.
something like that. And so I did. I had like an old demo that never saw the light of day, that like it was like kind of a mix of Lone Wolf and Invisible Wall.
Okay. And
it never saw the light of day, but I did it briefly. And I'm like, this is a little too samey again. I probably should just cancel this. And I was like around the time The Monster Within was still getting written. And so I came back to it though in the winter time, added some more wintry stuff to it, and I'm like, because I had this feeling in my mind where like, I was still talking to that first crush of mine, and we were good friends at this point. We kind of put the past behind us. And so I was thinking like, I really like her again, and me and her are actually kind of like forming a normal friendship bond, but I still like them. And it was also around the time I was still talking to I started talking to my first relationship person again, and we had a bit of a thing going again a little bit, but I don't know, it was like unofficial.
Yeah.
And I had these feelings of love again, but it felt like with both of these people, for the longest time, it was always back to these specific two people. I couldn't, I just couldn't be with them. They were like it was the friend zone, and I simply wanted to write a song about that. I wanted to write a song about like the friend zone and how it felt to like be there with this person. You get to have this close bond with this person and be right there with them, but you feel like you can't get any closer. So it feels like when you try to walk closer to them to like give them a hug, there's a wall there, and that wall is this invisible barrier that like, hey, this is as far as you can go. You have to just be friends. No further affection.
Yeah.
And that's the friend zone. I was gonna originally name the song Barrier, but we had another certain person that we now hate that has done a lot of awful shit in this scene.
Yeah.
He was around my level at that time.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
He wrote a song called Barrier already. And so I'm like, fuck. I couldn't write that. I couldn't name it that. So I'm like, I guess I'll just call it Invisible Wall. And it worked. It worked fine. And so I went back to that old Lone Wolf demo and repurposed it into Invisible Wall. And like, I went back to it as it sounded, but then I'm like, I was listening to Like No Other again, and I'm like, ooh, you know what? Let's kind of put some Like No Other in this. Yeah. So I did that, made it F sharp minor, and I was listening to My Immortal, and I'm like, ooh,
yes,
okay, we're throwing in some My Immortal elements in there, and so, yeah, like I think that was it. It was Nothing Can Hurt Me Anymore, My Immortal, and Like No Other.
Yeah.
With like a little bit of like inspiration from like this one old demo, I think, of Will's. I don't remember anything about it. I don't remember where it came from. It's such a blur. But yeah, mostly those three songs.
That Invisible Wall is, if it weren't for the Climb and Safe Haven, which I want to talk about in depth more in the rematch section, not this bit, specifically because of what happened in rematch. But Invisible Wall, I think if it weren't for the Climb and Safe Haven, I think Invisible Wall is my favorite track off of Lover and a Fighter. It's just,
I don't blame you.
It's so simple, but it says so much with that simplicity.
It's one of my most emotional songs I've ever written, and it was always a favorite of mine, and it was always one that like I had gotten really emotional even just listening to, and every time I go back to listening to it, I always still think back to that time period where it was very wintry in 2018. There was a lot of snow, a lot of blizzards, and I just would listen to the instrumental in that demo as I was working on it when we were getting our Christmas tree. And it was just like, that was around that time where I had liked these people again. Yeah. And there was always just someone that I would have a huge crush on. It was a more lighthearted way of expressing it, in contrast to something like Two-Face Charade.
I was going to say, Invisible Wall is lighthearted?
Well, no, I mean, like, when you compare it to something like Two-Face Charade, this was like the lighthearted way of meaning of expressing, of expressing that friend zone barrier and expressing that feeling of wanting to be with someone but you can't because maybe they're taken or maybe they just don't like you. Yeah, you know, and that's a very common thing that people go through at that age. So you know, I felt like it was the perfect time to write it, and I released it on Christmas. It's original some of the lyrics in it had like little things that pertained to this crush again. So then that's why it was rewritten in the album version where it's like, your shining eyes gleaming with care. And then in the remake, I wanted to kind of mix both worlds together where it's like, your shining eyes and your glowing hair. Yeah. Because in the original version on Christmas 2018, it was like, your ice-like eyes and your golden hair. That was a very risky lyric I wrote at that time, so that had to be changed. Unfortunately, I think that old demo version still exists on like a Spanish lyric video someone did for it. But and if so, oh well. That's the same case for things like Haunted Reality. Like, you know, you're not always going to be able to clear out your old legacy, and that's just what it is. But you know what? Yeah, it was a great song even back in the day, and it's still, writing wise, it still holds up. It needed a remake. I'm happy it got a remake, and yeah, it holds up great. Yeah. And I think around that time, oh, you know what? Before Invisible Wall, I was also working on The King's Land. I forgot that I was doing the instrumental for that, because that was around the time I was getting into Breaking Benjamin.
Oh yeah.
So and that's foreshadowing. Yeah, Feed the Wolf. Huge fucking inspiration
dude.
right there.
Fuck yeah.
But you know, it it worked fine. It still holds its ground with its original structure in some way. And in fact, actually a bit experimental with it, where it's like there's like these weird in-betweens in the chorus, like dun, 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 dun. It was like a little experimental, and I'm happy that I did that. It made it stand on its own a bit better. People on like my mod team were always kind of going behind my back a little bit and just like not really approaching how to approach things with me properly, and instead just kind of it felt like mutiny a little bit, you know. And in the context of a mod team and a channel owner, and I think also around that time, and another thing about this goes back to Breaking Point. A lot of my some of my OG friend group, I felt like they didn't really entirely understand what I was dealing with when it came to my exes at the time. Like when I was cheated on, for example, at one point, like, oh, you're treating it like it's such a big deal. It's not a big deal. Like a lot of people were doing that to me. And that's why, like in Breaking Point, and everyone thinks it's no big deal. Yeah. They're too stupid to know how I feel. Like it's meant to be like that, and it felt like, the King's line also kind of talks about that, where it felt like I wasn't being understood by the people that I wanted to have by my side, and I needed someone to kind of lift me out of this lonely state again. It's like I need to move on and find someone new. Yeah. Like someone, a king or queen. That was like around the time. People think it's like a bi thing, and it is. It's LGBTQ in general, though, because I think when I wrote that lyric, I was already with Sora at the time. Yeah. Who I think was like he or he they. I don't remember their pronouns at the exact time, but I know that they were like, I think, trans. So, you know, it's like I'm like, and that was a new field to me, but I wanted to be inclusive of that, and. Yeah. So that's why I wrote it that way, and also because it would just make more sense. Because if I say, "Oh, worthy queen for me," it just wouldn't make sense. You know?
Also that lyrical flow wouldn't fit.
I've always wanted that LGBTQ representation.
I don't think that lyrical flow works either.
No, yeah, it worked best with king or queen. Like I wanted to have that LGBTQ representation from the start, and so that's where it goes. And then so yeah, like I wanted to just be with someone that could lift me out of that period. And so like it's just about like finally putting your foot down against like those who like it feels like your own little world is your kingdom. Yeah. Like it feels like it's kind of more so a song of being a content creator in a way, but it also is a very egotistical song, and I don't like it because of that. I find myself looking back on it kind of negatively because it was at a time where I had a lot of ego. Yeah. And people say that my ego's really bad. It's like, do you not remember how bad it was back right? in the day? I'm nothing like that anymore. And so it's like, it was a song that represented a lot of ego, and that is a very clear point in the story too, where like it's kind of intentional now, where it's like, yeah, it's a song of ego. It's a song of being a creator and having and feeling like the world's against you, and you want to have, or you're feeling like your world, your whole thing that you've built up for so long is now in jeopardy, and you need someone to be by your side in order to fight back with that and reorder things. Yes. Set things back in order. Set things back under control. Not in like a malicious way, but like bring the land back to order, back to peace. And I finished writing that song in like spring 2019, but I started it right before the instrumental had been done since before Invisible Wall.
Oh wow. Okay. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of these were sitting around for like a while before they were done. Songs like The Ghost also had that too. Yeah. Yeah. The Ghost was one where it was just a demo that I had for a long time. Didn't know what to do with it. It was a very haunting demo. Didn't know what to do with it. It had more Evanescence inspiration. A little bit, but it was another song that stood on its own. Had no inspiration from anything else really at the end of the day, and stood on its own. And that one was where I wanted to introduce. I can talk about this one because I recorded these two side by side on a live stream, I think. The Ghost was one that was like I wanted to bring in this new monster character. Like the twist with this album is the monster's not alone. He's got a partner. He's got a partner in crime that's going to make your mind a living hell. Yeah. And holy shit, I've spent way too long on this category.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, the ghost is yeah, she's meant to be it. It doesn't have to be she. The ghost represents anything that is grief and past memories that are negative or have been tainted in a depressing way. So yeah, kind of, yeah.
The literal personification of trauma.
You have like a family member that or someone really, really close to you that died, and that feeling of grief will haunt you for a long time, depending on how close they were and how your brain handles it.
Yeah.
That could be a representation of the ghost. Like, you should have done more to save them. You could have done more. That kind of thing. Like, the ghost could be something like that. Or, yeah, in this case, it's like, you remember these friends you had? They all hate you. You miss them? Well, they hate you. All of these relationships that you've had, they never loved you. It's grief and bad memories.
Yes.
And that's what the ghost ultimately tries to bring in. And so that's why the ghost takes form of this, really hot fucking girl. It was always meant to represent a culmination of multiple exes. And that's in the case of this story.
Yeah.
It's meant to be a multiple exes, and that's why it takes the form of, this girl.
Yeah.
It's like, she in a way, she would kind of look like Juno in the story. Because when I looked at Juno's design as I was designing her, which I don't think has been shown, but it may be one day. It's like you'll look at Juno and then you'll look at the ghost. Juno has long, luscious blonde hair, and wears a lot of animal t-shirts, which is why she takes an interest to Juno, or no, she takes an interest to Chris, and she loves wolves and things like that, conveniently. But yeah, so she you'll look at Juno and you'll look at the ghost and you'll be like, okay, they look kind of similar to each other, so. The ghost is meant to represent that, but she also is very much meant to toy with the protagonist's emotions of wanting to of these friends that you used to have, but they hate you. And so ultimately at that point,
I also talked to Nath more recently than not. Back, I believe it was just after Lover and a Fighter came out, we had a little conversation about, his process with the artworks, and he was like, I may have got a little bit overboard in accentuating a few of her design choices.
That's fine. I don't care. Her design is intentional, and it's not meant to be lewd, but if people want to do that, I do not give a shit.
I will say, it's definitely not subtle now. It's not subtle.
It's not yeah, that is the thing with Nathan. I don't really mind. I mean, well, it wasn't really that subtle to begin with. A lot of the people that kind of, not the concept design, but it's a lot of whenever this design would get thrown around and done for artwork, yeah, a lot of people were like, God damn. So, it's that's just the kind of thing, But yeah, it makes sense too. She's meant to be alluring, seductive, alluring kind of character, and that's ultimately what it is. It's all intentional. And yeah, it's, I don't mind what if people want to do that. It's fine.
I am I assume that this is the most of this that we're going to talk about in here, because it's all very under wrap stuff and you and Snowy are hard at work, but I am very interested to see how she is portrayed in the novels. I am super interested in that.
Yeah, I've written a lot of, I see, that's the thing, I still haven't gotten that far past a little bit of chapter 1. I haven't touched it since 2021. I've only just advertised and announced it, because I haven't had any breathing room to stop really working on stuff and just write. But plus also, I get scared touching this now, because part of why I get a lot of shit nowadays from some of the people that hate me right now is because they don't like that I wasn't vague about stuff in the past, and they like to associate psychotic memories with that. Fair enough, but they'll try to still be treat me remaking these albums as me not letting go of it. It's no, I've already moved past that stuff. I'm giving this an original story for a reason, and I've already moved on from all of this. This is just purely because I don't like how these songs sounded, and I want to remake them, and I want to give more closure to these songs that people didn't know about originally.
That's all it is. It's not me trying to still linger on the past of these relationships or any of these like things. That hasn't been the case for years. That hasn't been the case since like 2021. I think by that point, after I released Downfall in the Skies, I was over everything that happened in these stories. I still feel trauma from some of those things, and that's never going to really go away. Yeah. But that's not going to be a thing where it's like, that's not going to really be a thing where it's going to, like, I'm still trying to, like, hold on to this past. I'm not. I want to fucking drop this entirely and be done with it. That's why I'm doing Downfall in the Skies Definitive Edition, and I'm trying to just get it done so I never have to touch these songs again. Story-wise, yes, it's still going to go back to the past. When I'm writing it, I'm thinking about things, but it's so disconnected and has its own thing going on now, to where I don't really...
You don't really compare the two.
It's kind of its own thing. Yeah, you can if you really know the details, but I feel like people are just outing themselves at that point if they were to, like, really do that, but also it's like... It's different people, it's different things. It's not like trying to be an online thing. There are online moments, but like everything is all kind of mostly happening in real life in real time, which is far different than what I've dealt with during the years of when these were happening. Yeah. And, you know, so, but yeah, the way the ghost will be portrayed, I mean, like, yeah, I don't really know. I haven't gotten to that yet, but I have thought about a lot of it, and I know kind of like, yeah, she's meant to be a very, like, alluring, kind of like Circus Baby, where it's like they're meant to be alluring, they're meant to be, like, they're trying to be this, like, reassuring voice, but over time they slowly start to, like, shit talk the past and, like, make memories. I don't know, it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll get to that at some
I
point.
will say, if you do ever need help as someone who's writing my own novel series, I could maybe help you out. If you ever need it.
Yeah, I mean, I will maybe reach out one day for resources for whoever, like, can help with that stuff.
Oh yeah.
But Snowy is a very good writer from what I've experienced. So I that's why I wanted her to help with it, and she got really interested in helping with it. Like, she got really interested in the story I was writing because she didn't know I was doing that, and so, and she's the one, like, I'm the one that's writing the base work. She's the one that polishes everything up and makes things, like, actually readable like a novel, basically. Yeah. So, yeah, and then after the Ghost, I think, then came around Psychotic Love.
Boy.
I had the idea for Psychotic Love all the way back after Psychotic Memories, when I'm like, ooh, what if I were to do some, like, funny, like, three sequel Psychotic Memories, like, song thing, where it's like Psychotic Memory, Psychotic Love, Psychotic Life? I don't know.
Yeah.
That one never came to be, and that's never going to come to be. That's just stupid.
Thank God.
Psychotic Love makes sense, though.
Yes.
Psychotic Love makes sense, though. And it's like, it was a little silly and, like, cinematic of me to, like, do a sequel song to Psychotic Memories, but it worked because it goes back. Like, the lyrics say, like, I'm here back again.
Yeah.
Like, he's faced back at where, you know, he was after Downfall in Disguise, where he's, like, reevaluating this relationship because he's trying to fix things with Juno. He wants to make things work with Juno, but Juno ultimately doesn't believe in him.
Yeah.
Like, Juno doesn't believe in Chris, and, like, so, like, the song is about, like, going, like, rethinking a relationship and kind of realizing that it wasn't just you that messed up.
Yeah.
Both parties had to play. It's questioning who was the worst out of an abusive relationship. Who was the one that caused the most problems? What caused what? Who's to blame in this abusive relationship? In this psychotic love full of, like, lack of empathy and
it's like
verbal abuse.
In a mutually abusive relationship, who did the most wrong? And it's that really conflicting, very, and I want to, like, if I may, like, side tangent, you touch on a lot of, like, really deep, like, very not so very touched on stuff in regular media. Like, a lot of this is stuff that a lot of authors or writers or songwriters wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. It's like you really kind of went in a direction that I don't think anyone would have expected from especially at that time, a younger writer, and you.
Oh no, I had the balls for that at that age.
You did it.
I wanted to.
I think besides Judgment Day, with a few of the lyrical choices, I think you did it with a lot of precision and care. Like, I think you handled it really well. I do think that.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted Psychotic Love to be. It's like I wanted that song as well to just touch on like a mutually abusive relationship, and you know, like I don't remember a lot of the details. I would have to go back into the description, and I don't really care to, but yeah, it's like that's kind of what it was about, and that's what was going on at the time. I was looking back at this first relationship, because it was also around the time like we were kind of going back to things a little bit, but then it just wasn't really working out. I'm like, okay, like I know I fucked up, but I'm seeing a lot of patterns here. I'm seeing a lot of things here that I know wasn't just my fault, and that I know, because like this person, I know like. I don't know, like, I have to really be careful with how I word this, because this is still, like, a real-life touchy subject.
It's recognizing that mutual toxicity over time after the event.
Yeah, mutually, it just didn't work out. And granted, we were both young, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
But, yeah, at the time, it was mutually toxic, and I felt like there were lots of blame on both sides, and that people, whenever that is ever spoken, people always say, you're not trying to hold accountability. Like, no, you're not, you're missing the point.
Yeah.
Like, because every time I talk about how something was mutually wrong on both sides, everyone always points fingers at me saying, you're not holding accountability on yourself. Why are you putting it on them? Like, you don't get it. It's me acknowledging that I fucked up.
Yeah.
I know what I did was wrong in these things and whatever, but I've had people tell me, and I've seen it for myself, that I am not the only one to blame in this situation. And that, like, what's going on the other side is also a factor in why this was all fucked up. And it's like, and that could be said about a lot of things.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's what's going on here. And as far as the writing inspiration goes, like, in terms of, like, the instrumental, it was very interesting. Obviously, you know, Psychotic Memories was used as a bass frame, some of the melodies. But I wanted to...
Winter, this is the point where you pause.
Okay, here we go.
Editing.
Here we go. It's back on. Sorry.
Okay, cool. You're good.
Yeah. It was at the. Yeah. So like.
Jesus, has it? It's been that long, Christ.
I know. That's because this trilogy is so convoluted. I want to speed up with the other topics a little bit, because they're kind of more individual, smaller things, while this is covering a 3-album basis. Yeah. So Psychotic Memories was used as like a bass frame for this album. For this song, for Psychotic Love. Yeah. But some of it also came from Imperfection by Evanescence, and which was from their Synthesis album, and then there was a Bendy song. Sheep by Rocket Gaming, I think it was. Rocket Music.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, when you hear the music box in it.
Whoa!
Like when you hear the music box in Psychotic Love, and like some of the melody and like some of the way how silent it is in the verses at first.
I never cottoned on to that, actually.
Yeah, when you listen.
I never. Wow.
Yeah, because you listen to how it's just like drums and like it's a bit silent in the verses.
Yeah.
Part of that is Imperfection, but part of that's also from Sheep. And when you hear the music box, that music box was heavily, not the melody itself, but like the use of the music box was heavily inspired off of Sheep, by Rocket Gaming.
I never cottoned on to that. That's interesting.
Yeah. And then the bridge took a lot of inspiration from what's the name of that song by Pierce the Veil? I don't care if you're contagious, I would kiss you even if you were. What is it called?
I know which song you're talking about.
Yeah. It's on my phone.
Man, you've got a lot of good inspiration choices.
I don't care if you're contagious. That's literally the name of the song. Yeah. That one was what inspired a lot of the bridge, and you can kind of hear it if you listen, I guess. But yeah, that was the bass work for that one. I did that one I did a lot of the instrumental of that one on like a plane ride. when I was going to St. Louis to visit family.
Again, it's crazy how you did all of this shit on your phone.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
yeah. So you're gonna see a lot of this where it's like when I'm out of town, I cook. That was also where I started writing a bit of Lone Wolf, actually, because I didn't talk about that one yet. I started writing a bit of Lone Wolf as well as one of these demos, and Lone Wolf was interesting. That one had obviously it started off with Evanescence inspiration, but not from what you think. Some of the Evanescence inspiration came from this one song called "Like You" by Evanescence. You can kind of hear it a little bit with how it starts off a little silent, with the guitar just being subtle, like ding 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 ding. But it was in C minor at the time. And then
interesting.
I scrapped it, left it there to sit there for quite a while, and then I came back to it in 2019 in a car ride after I was listening to My Last Breath by Evanescence, and then I was also listening to I Hate Everything About You, I think it's what it's called, by 3 Days Grace. I was mashing them up. I'm like, okay, another song idea, and I went back. I'm like, what could I do here? How could I approach this? And I found that demo. I'm like, oh, this is the perfect bass work. Made it F sharp minor. Started writing Lone Wolf. I'm like, okay, let's go back to that Lone Wolf song idea I had. And put it towards that.
Yeah, lo and behold.
Yeah, and so you can hear it. You can hear certain elements of I Hate Everything About You, certain elements of My Last Breath, a little bit of Like You by Evanescence. It's a very Evanescence 3 Days Grace styled song. And the song, it's like a Lone Wolf character song, but I guess if I were to describe it, it would be I guess it's just simply about just feeling like the world that you're in is like a forest. You're just lost. You want that pack to hold. You want that person to be there, be your hunter with you. You want you're like a wolf lost in the woods. You're looking for a calling. You want your pack, basically. You don't want to be alone, I guess. I don't know. But it's a very simple song that doesn't really have a lot of depth to it, but it's it also does. It has a lot of metaphorical depth. I had to be very careful with the lyrics, though. I didn't realize this as a kid. Writing things like I'm the predator, things like that. You have to be very careful writing shit like that nowadays, because you use the word predator, prey in a song. It's no, it's a fucking furry metaphor, dumbass. But yeah, so Lone Wolf, that's it's a very simple metaphor. The howling. Okay, this is gonna be really funny because this also talks about how we transitioned from Jedi Sammy to PsychoticFox and into Lone Wolf, where I wanted to create kind of like what Iris did. I wanted to give a separate name to my original music because it wasn't video game related. And that wasn't just me trying to do a Will ripoff thing. I felt I wanted to be more organized with this stuff. And so that's what I did. And with Lone Wolf,
the video explaining that is actually still on the channel.
I'll have to look at that and see if I need to unlist it or not, depending on what's on it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
it was just kind of explaining the rebrand, and it was also one of the updates of I'm not doing DA and Iris or DA covers as much anymore. So and that was kind of the case in 2019. I did do Why Do We Hold and Instruments of Cyanide and a few things, but it wasn't as much because I was branching out to other covers, as I mentioned. But yeah, so now with Lone Wolf as a character. That came around because I was really bored one night scrolling on Netflix, and I found one of my childhood movies that also was one of my furry awakenings, and it was Alpha and Omega. God, yeah.
I watched it again, and I actually really loved it. It was a guilty pleasure, but I actually really loved it, me being the furry ass that I am. And I looked at Humphrey, and I'm I don't know, throughout the movie, I was I kind of saw some of myself in him, and at the there was like a line where it's so stupid where he was like, he like wants to leave the pack and leave everything because like I don't know, like he doesn't feel at home with the pack anymore, and he feels like with he can't really be with this girl Kate, I think her name was, and so he's like, I guess I'm just a lone wolf then, and I'm like, I don't know why that like stuck with me, and like so I remember I wanted to make a wolf character for a while, and so I'm like, ooh, you know what? I think I want to make a wolf character, and that wolf character is going to be the protagonist in these albums that I'm writing, and so it's going to be Lone Wolf.
Yeah.
So obviously it came rewriting Hiding to fit that, but and so yeah, at first the character was just Psychotic Fox, but wolf. The hair was no different, but time came later on, and I was able to thankfully give him the signature like blonde hair he has, and like he has like the purple eyes and his hoodie and everything. And I'm happy that he turned out as like a secondary character to the channel. And so the howling in Lone Wolf was very much like Alpha and Omega inspired, where like you would see them like try to howl sing, I guess, but instead of me trying to do that weird cringe, like I say cringe, but I found it really cute, the train scene, I went back to that and I thought like, let's do that but fucking orchestrate it. So it's like I wanted to do like a howl harmony thing. I'm not good with musical vocabulary. I just write the shit.
No, you're good.
So yeah, I did that in the bridge, and it's so hauntingly beautiful. I loved doing that.
I was actually gonna say that like Lone Wolf, while it's not a lot, I would say it's not a lot instrumentally. There's not too much that goes on special in comparison to other Lone Wolf tracks instrumentally, but vocally that song is something different in terms of the harmony work and how, I mean, even in the original, I believe it was either it was released as a side in 2019, right?
It was released
and,
it was released when Psychotic Memories had its like definitive rewrite, I guess. I like to think of the original release as the original release, the original demo release, and then you have like a little fixed version that removes Breaking Point because fuck that in 2019. So it's essentially still the same album, but then you have 20 you then have the official rewrite of the album in late 2019 that like really lays the structure down, and then you have the remaster of that, and then the remake. So Lone Wolf came about in the rewrite album.
Yeah, like even in that rewrite album, I think Lone Wolf was still one of my favorite tracks simply because of the vocal work. And I think like even though the remake is so good, I do still occasionally, like I have a playlist of the Psychotic Memories trilogy, the original and the remake so far on my phone, and it's like I occasionally spin the original Lone Wolf because it's like, wow, this surprisingly holds up.
Yeah, I kind of, but I'm really happy that I redid that one.
Absolutely.
So after Lone Wolf came around, that's officially the end of the Psychotic Memories songs. I think afterwards, when I was writing everything, I have to pull up the album again. Love Fighter. It was it was like around May time. Oh yeah, I was doing Judgment Day. Now this one was interesting. This is around the time I started getting into Ice Nine. Well, I had already been into Ice Nine Kills for a few months, but this was like when I was really listening to it a lot. I had like the Silver Scream on my phone, and I listened to The Jig Is Up. And this is also around the time Meet Thy Maker came out. So there were songs like Meet Thy Maker, and The Jig Is Up, and songs like that. So it's like I kind of got inspired by those two to write that, to write Judgment Day. And I wanted that song to kind of be the song where it's like, this is where the self-harm happens. This is where like you finally give in to the one thing you've been trying to fight back the most, which are, trigger warning, I should have said that before, self-harm and suicidal thoughts. and like your inner demons finally win, and they're gonna start bringing you down that path, and and so, yeah, like, so for worse, I didn't hold back, and I was really insensitive with the lyrics at the time. And that's really all the song's about. It's just about like giving into that finally, and those inner demons finally winning that battle.
I mean, I think even though the execution could have been handled a little bit better, I think that track was ultimately necessary.
Yeah, well, it was story-wise. Yeah, go on.
It is arguably one of the most important tracks on the record because it has that element of it's not holding back with how serious and how visceral this part of the story is.
Yeah, exactly.
And while I don't respect the execution and the way that some of it was handled, I respect that aspect of no holding back. This is real stuff that we're talking about.
Yes, and I'm really happy that I fixed that issue in the remake. I know maybe the mixing was a little off. I thought I did it like how I was doing everything else. Maybe I fucked something up in the mastering, but I
have since gone back to it. That mixing problem that I heard in the first listen isn't exactly present anymore. So I think it was just me on my yeah, something like that.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I thought it sounded. I could kind of see what you mean. I think I was like tweaking the EQ and I might have did something a little weird, but at the time I didn't notice it, and now I'm like it's a little off, but it's still better, and I'm not gonna. I don't care. Look, it sounds. But what I love about it is it took away that like really those insensitive lyrics that were like being too on the nose with self-harm, because again that was at a point where I was struggling to fight it, but I hadn't given into it yet, so it was still a little insensitive of me to just reference it. But now after having that experience, it like unfortunately, it feels more warranted to do that song, and I'm glad that I was able to fix the lyrics, like break the heart so deep instead, because like it's a simple fix, yeah, that's really, it just feels like your world is just crumbling down around you, and like you're at a worse point than you were at the beginning of, you're at a worse point than you ever thought you were, because you have committed such a harm against yourself, and so that was ultimately what that was about, but it's a fucking banger though on its own.
I really like the orchestral instrumentation is what really gets me with that song.
Yes, and so
really nice.
Where you hear the inspiration for The Jig Is Up, you kind of hear it in the chorus. Well, the bridge kind of is inspired off of The Jig Is Up's chorus. And
I can see that.
Yeah, and like a bit of the bridge's quiet part was like inspired off of The Jig Is Up's quiet part. Now there's that little instrumental break. That was the main takeaway from The Jig Is Up, because the Jig Is Up had that like orchestrated instrumental break there, and I kind of wanted to do that again here with like a choir and like like it stops and goes, like that was
it's so fun.
Probably another example of like kind of flying a bit too close to the sun, but it's still you don't really notice it that much, and it's subtle and it's fine. But
that tension and release is something that I really love in music.
Okay, yeah.
It's something that I don't know if you're into as heavy of music as they are, but Knocked Loose and their last record, they did it really well.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of them, but they're awesome.
I've heard the names, but I've never like heard the songs. But that makes sense. I know it is pretty common. It's just when you look at the specific, like there are so many elements in different songs that just exist, but you can tell when it comes from something specific, But it's fine.
Yeah. Everything is derivative, so who cares?
Yeah. After Judgment Day, what did I work? I know in between all of that, I was working on The Reason. I wanted to cover that because I love Chase Holfelder's stuff. He is so good at like taking a song and covering it in like such a new, like those major to minor covers are so good. And he's another one of my like big inspirations. I don't know what he's doing. He's alive. He's living his life, but he's not really like making anything anymore. And you know what? That's respect to him. But I I know he's alive. I looked at some of the, like, I did check some of the other socials just to see if he was okay, and he is. He's just like not. He's just like doing stuff with, like, I think family or like friends, and that's, you know, that's good. But yeah, so
Yo, Chase, if you ever want to hop on a Winter Talk.
Oh my god. Yeah. So Chase, I listened to his cover of The Reason, and this was still like, I had the idea for this even since 2017. I listened to it at that time, and I'm like, ooh, like, I relate to this. Like, I love this song, you know, like, it's a song that fits my wrongdoing, which is why it comes before Psychotic Love, where it fits, I have accepted my wrongdoings and have, like, I have, you know, accepted that, and that's, I've come to, I forget the saying forever, you know, I've come to terms with it. Yeah, I've come to terms with all that, with what I've done, but I want you to know that you are the reason why I keep striving to be a better person every day, and why I keep trying to fix myself. And that's the song's meaning, that's the story meaning, nothing that I really need to say about that. And it fit well with the story. It fit well, and it transitions into Psychotic Love so well because of the BPM and the key change I did for it. And so it's like, I was originally in a rematch, I was originally gonna like have it direct transition, but I like where it's like and then boom, Psychotic Love starts. But I still wanted there to be that like lingering silence from where it's like, shit, things are about to get real. And also because it wouldn't have benefited doing the individual video releases, even though people do still change it up a little bit. Like when I did Monster and Me's individual release, it doesn't have the Monsters Awakening in it, which I don't need to say anything about that. That's just a transition track where it's like, oh, the monsters now starting to make their presence known outwardly.
That one's easy.
Yeah, so yeah. Oh, and then after Judgment Day, it was summertime, and I hadn't really been working on it. I worked on a little bit of Safe Haven throughout the summer, as the instrumental. I was listening to Silva Gunner. You know, they're that channel that like takes video game music and makes remixes and memes out of it. Like they'll do like different mashups. They did. So how Safe Haven came to be was they took Good Night, I think it was, by Undertale, and really it was like Hopes and Dreams kind of. It was a lot of things. It was good. It was like a bunch of Undertale songs. They took that and mixed it with Goodbye to a World.
Okay.
And that video, that specific mashup of a bunch of Undertale songs and Goodbye to a World was what inspired a lot of the bass structure and sound of Safe Haven. It's why it's such a chiptune-y kind of song, because it's Undertale themes, and like, so that's where that came from. And I was writing a lot of it throughout the summer. I actually was even beforehand. I recall on the last day of school I was working on some of it, so a lot of it was already almost done, instrumental wise, but I hadn't recorded it until like later in the summer. But oh yeah, last day of school, I gotta talk about Good Riddance. Yes. So this one, I had this one written since February. I forgot about that. I had that one written way back in February. It was like, there was like a period of time where my voice, I was sick between January to March 2019 for a while. And I don't know why. I was just like, I had this really bad cold that just lingered on from January to the end of March. So that's why
motherfucking early COVID, I guess.
I don't know. Yeah, that's why my voice in The Reason and Good Riddance sounded a little raspy.
I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's how it was at the time, but it's fine.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I recorded Good Riddance during that time because I'm like, fuck this school. Like, I think my parents were finally understanding. They were finally understanding me more, again, and getting used to, like, how my mental health was being, not, like, in a good way, but, like, they were understanding it more. And they wanted to do what they could to help. And I think they realized how much I was suffering at this high school. I'm debating if I want to say the name of it, but I don't want to. No, I'm not going to. But,
You even said it in the concert. You don't want to get sued.
Oh, wait. I forgot about that.
Still one of my greatest clip contributions.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, so because I don't know what kind of power they would have. So, because it's like a Department of Education thing.
Yeah.
Or I'm not good at that shit, but you know what I mean. So yeah, with good riddance. That school that I went to was just a nightmare. Like again, yeah, as I've talked about, it was just, like most public schools. And it's worse at most public schools. At this school there wasn't as much physical bullying. If I went to any other public school, I would have definitely gotten beaten up. I was lucky that it was only verbal harassment, but it still wasn't good, in any capacity.
Yeah.
And so the teachers
I know
were
what it's like to be on the other hand of that.
Yeah, so like a common thing, teachers would just pile you on with homework, pile you on with like a bunch of assignments over and over. I'd have like, mind you, I had like the extracurriculum stuff I didn't really have homework for, but I had like 5 or 6 different classes that would each get like 2 or 3 different homework assignments, and they're like all due within like 2 days of each other. It's like you don't have enough time to do that. You get like almost no time to do shit at home. So I was missing a lot of assignments on purpose because I like, fuck this, I'm not doing this. Or I would like only like half-ass do half of the assignments. I'm like, oops, I forgot to do the other side. Sorry. Like, I don't fucking care. And it was so stupid. Like, I had no time to do anything. I was staying up like all night trying to like do some assignments, and I couldn't do it. Especially with like people are like, oh, you need to prioritize your time better. Bitch, I have ADHD. I have ADHD and autism. This was not a neurodivergent school. This was not a neurodivergent friendly school. No, almost no public school is, unfortunately. And so, like, that's a common problem. And so that was one issue. And of course, the verbal harassment or just bullying in general. You feel like an outcast. There's so many people that's like passive aggressive, two-faced, all that kind of shit under the sun. And you're tired of it, you know? Like, and there are so many outcasts that will all join in one class, the theater class. Or like, it's like drama, theater, choir, things like that, you know? Art-based stuff. That's where they all get to be themselves. That's one part of the day where they could be themselves at school. And those kids, it's a song that tells those kids, don't take this shit anymore. Do what you can, obviously. You may have parents that will force you to go to these schools, but it's like, do what you can to stand up for yourself, express yourself. Like, be rebellious, you know? Do what you can to break out of that shit. Beg to your parents, protest to your parents to go somewhere else where you don't have to deal with that, you know? And I had that option. And this is a school I can talk about because it's in a positive light. East Hollywood. I've wanted to go to East Hollywood High School since I was 14, since I shadowed with my friend there, with one of my few IRL friends. They were like my mom's friend's kid that I was really good friends with. And they let me shadow there. And they're trans. Like they could be trans and be themselves. They didn't have to feel like they could like be this weird kid in a great way. Like be artistic, all these things. I'm like, how are you so open with yourself? How are you able to do all these things that like other people normally get so bashed for at school? And it's like, because my school's not like that. And I'm like, can I shadow there? Like my parents and I let me shadow there. My parents took one look at the school before they let me spend the day with my friend there. And I already got like this negative view where it's like, oh, it doesn't look like anyone's getting any assignments done. Oh, it doesn't look like kids are being productive. It feels like there's a lot of bad kids here. And it feels like there's like, no, shut the fuck up. No. And because I got to see that school. Already there was this girl playing guitar and she was like being so friendly to me and like talking to me. I'm like, I've never had this before at the school. Like, it was so cool. And like I got along great with the students there that my friend was friends with. And like the teachers were so nice. And like, I'm like, what is this? This is like some alternate dimension. I want to go here. My parents wouldn't let me because of their false one-sided view of this school. And they're like, well, also you gotta remember that the school that you're going to is one of the top schools in the state. And like, that's exactly why. That's why I don't like this school. Because they push students way too hard here because it was so unfair and stupid. And so like, I wanted to go to East Hollywood for years. And by this point, my parents were finally seeing that I was suicidal, I was outcasted, I was coming home from school every day depressed, upset, angry. bullied, overworked. They could finally see it. And it took me to the point of self-harm where they were like, okay, we need to get him out of here. It took that long. I love my parents, but that was such an issue that I had. Like, I'm grateful for my parents. They're great parents. But they weren't really seeing the problem here in this case. And, you know, they're not perfect. I'm not saying they are, but, you know, I'm thankful that they did what they could. I'm thankful they did what they could. And they finally signed me up for East Hollywood for 11th grade. Unfortunately, it was right during the pandemic, and we'll get to that. But yeah, they signed me up for it, and officially my last year at this hellhole high school that I was going to. It was a middle school / high school. It was a school that was from 6th to 12th grade. And 10th grade was my last year there. So I'm like, I did Heart of an Artist as a talent show performance that year to get my point across of how I felt. Too embarrassing. By the way, that's never coming back. Too embarrassing.
Good.
And obviously I just looked like a fucking clown again. So, you know what? All right, let's actually do something rebellious here. And so I wrote Good Riddance, and I changed it up a little bit in its production. The lyrics had some lyrics I didn't understand. Like, I had thought sociopaths were the kind of what the kind of bullies were. No, that was the wrong word. So I just So like
there's no empathy there.
Yeah, well, yeah, there wasn't any empathy, but it wasn't exactly the right word. I wouldn't call them sociopaths. I was just a stupid kid who didn't understand words and writing. So that's why I said, whatever made their empathy no longer last. And that was way better. And I always look back at this lyric and get a little scared about it because I'm almost wondering if this word should only be put towards this one specific topic. But I said from the segregation isolating me, because at the time I would just think like, oh, segregation just meaning you're isolated from something and you're like not allowed to do, like you're left, you're outcasted and restricted from being yourself or doing something. And I had thought like, oh, that's a general word, but I see it used so, and obviously this is the case, like that. Obviously that's like the point as well. I would see it used mostly in the case of race, which of course makes sense. But I'm like, shit, is this only a race? Is this only a word that's exclusive to racial topics or not? Because I get a little scared when I go back to that song, because I'm like, I really hope that like me using that word isn't like trying to be like offensive towards like that subject matter. And I think people understand that. Yeah. So but I'm probably just overthinking it. Twitter has fucking made so much trauma for me.
Glad you're out of there now.
Yeah. So that was Good Riddance. Wrote it, performed it. It was a huge impactful moment there. Like the teachers realized we failed him. We fucked up. Like they were crying. They were like crying because they realized their mistakes. The school kind of realized their mistakes. Obviously, I'm sure I never got the bullies' input on these things because I never wanted to see them again, and I haven't. They kind of would stalk my family's profiles a little bit, which was fucking stupid. Hell, maybe they're some of the stalkers that contribute to my harassment. I don't know. I don't care. But yeah, I didn't want to see them anymore, and I avoided them after that performance. But it speaks volumes to the kind of people they were. And they're probably just thinking like, oh, he's probably just overreacting. And that's how it always is. But, you know, a lot of people were like, damn, you had some balls. Like, my theater teacher was so happy for me and, like, was, like, loved that I did that. She loved that it was Green Day themed, too, because she loves Green Day. And she was so on board when I did this off-Broadway talent show thing earlier in the year and did Boulevard of Broken Dreams, the musical version. So it was a huge and impactful, and it's why it's so one of my favorite songs to this day, because it has one of the best memories I've had associated with it, which is leaving that shithole behind, and of course still acknowledging what was great about it and the great friends that I had during that period, and that's why there's that segment in the song that like pays homage to them. It's like, thank you for being the few people that actually made me feel welcome in this space where I didn't feel welcome, you know, and everyone loved it. Everyone loved that I had the balls to just do that and call out how bad the system is. And I'm gonna always advocate for that no matter what. And if I ever have a bigger platform, I want to advocate for better schools and better treatment in schools. Unfortunately, right now we're at a state where that's not going to change, unfortunately, for a long time.
Yeah.
But it's something I will always advocate for. Because if I ever have a kid and I raise that kid, I don't want them to go through what I went through. If I have to fucking homeschool my kid just so they don't have to go through the bullying that I had to go through and the amount of overwork that they had to go through, I will. I don't care. I will do what it takes. And if East Hollywood High School is still the same school it is, you know, years down the line when I have a kid, that's the high school I'll take them to. But in the meantime, I'll have to find and do my research and find schools that will make them feel welcome. And that's something I'm always going to be very passionate about. So Good Riddance, Good Riddance, and Man Bear by proxy are very passionate songs of mine for those reasons. Yeah, and so then after that I did, and World So Cold. I never talked about that. World So Cold.
You did in the cover section.
Well, yeah, I did a little bit, but I didn't like go in depth on it. Story-wise, yeah, it's after the point of, you know, the self-harm had happened. You're at your lowest, worse than before, and you feel like there's nothing left. You're blind to what's still there and the people that you do still have and the silver lining, and so that's World So Cold. And so yeah, then the Climb and Safe Haven, that's the silver lining. That's the
we're gonna talk about that one later.
Yeah, but in rematch. But yeah, it's the silver lining, and it's I'll save a lot of the meaning for that in rematch, because some stuff did have to get rewritten a little bit in that song. Unsatisfied also came next. When I did Unsatisfied, again, it was something I always cook when I'm out of town. Back in St. Louis, again, visiting family. I was watching this Green Day. No, it was a movie that had Billy Joe in it. He acted in it. It was Ordinary World. It was a movie called Ordinary World that had Billy Joe in it.
Oh yeah.
It was really good. It was a really good movie. It actually had the actress of What's Her Name in it too, and I love that little cameo. But
hell yeah.
I remember the daughter in that movie was singing some song in it, and I don't remember what it was at all, but it gave me the inspiration to write Unsatisfied, because I had been I remember this was already at a point, ego, but I felt like I feel like I should be worthy now of some form of bigger collabs than what I'm getting right now. And this was very selfish of me, because this was basically me kind of looking down upon the other people in my field at the time. I was like, I wasn't being grateful that I even got to collab, and I was just being like, oh, I'm only limited to these people when I wish I could be working with so-and-so or collaborating with so-and-so. And that was really selfish of me. But that was what I was feeling at the time. And I felt like, and then in the song it talks about people being very, very, very nitpicky, because there's criticism and then there's overboard. And it felt like there was always people being way too nitpicky. Again, this was also at a point where I kind of also just couldn't handle criticism, but I was very picky. Or no. I had a lot of people who was being very picky with my work. People out there that I felt like was being a little bit too overly critical of my stuff, and like not really seeing it for the vision that I had for these things. And I always felt like I could never please anybody. And people were always just seeing me as, and this was where I started experiencing the damages of doing a lot of DA Games covers and FNAF covers. People were only seeing me as the DA Games ripoff or the DA Games cover guy, and not, oh, look at these new things he's making. Look at these original songs he's making now. And I couldn't please anyone in that aspect. It felt like, and I was unsatisfied with my life. I took a lot for granted. I was unsatisfied with my relationship at the time, unfortunately. I was unsatisfied with, because it was so far away, and I was unsatisfied with like my state in the nerdcore scene. I wanted more out of it. I wanted to finally start blowing up, but nothing I did was working. Not even Haunted Reality was working. I just wanted to rise. I wanted more out of things. That's kind of what Something More in Vanguard is about too, but in a less offensive and ungrateful way, and it's also meant to, but we'll get to that. So Unsatisfied was kind of just mostly about that, and the monster's urge to like you always need to be perfect, you always need to keep being better. You or like not in a good way.
Yeah.
It's like you always need to be perfect, or you're going to let everyone down. You always need to satisfy. You know, and so that's what that song was about. And that one came later. It wasn't really even planned to be on the album. I just wrote it, didn't think much about it, and then I'm like, okay, we'll put it before the King's Land because story-wise it makes sense. We're coming back.
Yeah, it deals with
to
the same kind of stuff.
We're coming back to the end point that Psychotic Memories is at, where it's like, shit, this boy's at his lowest. How worse could it get? And instead of him appreciating the things he did have, he was taking everything for granted. And that's another theme of this album. That's another moral of this album is don't, and that is going to be a lot of morals for other things too, especially in Vengar, is don't take what you have for granted that's good. Otherwise you're not going to have it later on. It's going to go away. Yeah. And you know, that's what that song highlights. It highlights what you're taking for granted, you know, and just only looking at like what you want. Yeah. And then so thank God we're almost done with this album. Yeah, Safe Haven, Climb, you know, like reaching past that point, finding your army again, remembering the people that are always going to be there for you, and letting that love, and like you know, finding your purpose again, and letting all that love and purpose. It goes more in depth, but it's such a deep song that I can't do it justice by explaining it on the fly. You know, overcoming your demons ultimately. And I already talked about a lover and a fighter and its meaning, and how it's just about like, you know, being that person that's always a lover and loving your friends and family and your partner, but also being that person that will fight for them, and being a fighter to fight for yourself and fight for them. Because people always say, I'm a lover, not a fighter, or like, I'm a fighter. It's like, why not both? Why not both? You know? And so it takes on that common saying of I'm a lover, not a fighter. And combining it. Like being like, why not both?
Yeah, and just saying, fuck the stereotype, man.
Yeah, like, I think that's what's so cool about songs like Battle Scars, is that it never intended, or it's like songs like Battle Scars has like a lover, not a fighter on the front line with a poem. I'm like, I know what to do here. I know how I can make this more clever, you know, that kind of thing. And that's a lover and a fighter. That's the end of the story. But then, you know, right afterwards, during this period, I remember I was also still working on stuff for the next album afterwards. I didn't have any uses for them yet, and I did like they were just demos at the time. So like Our World still existed. I was rewriting that, and I'm like, I don't know what to do with this song. So the first one I went back to was Our World, because that was the only song left aside from the first one where I didn't have from that old 2016 period where I didn't have a place for it. I'm like, what could I do with this idea? And so I listened to it. There was actually another song that had inspiration that I didn't realize. It's a very Slave for Honor heavy song, but if you know Cammy Cat, they did a song called Who Am I? Featuring Chi Chi. And it's a Deltarune song. And I listened to it.
Okay.
Like, yeah, so that song
interesting.
That song played another huge bit of inspiration in that song. In Our World. So I did that. And I had that. It was Slave for Honor. Like, I wanted that song to be a very like I didn't write much into it yet because it was still I had started the groundwork for it, but left it behind a little bit until I was well into work on Downfall in Disguise. But then, you know, I started having ideas for like new songs. And I was in the shower one night and I had thought about an idea for like a clown, because I remember like 2019 was around the time people were using the clown emoji a lot, and like clowning like a meme, like in that really shitty MIDI clown circus song that people would use in memes, and like so that was a common theme back then, and that's what I had always felt like people were portraying me as at school and online, you know. And so I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I think I had before that I was listening to The American Nightmare, but I was also kind of getting back into Nate Wants to Battles stuff again and listening to a lot of like Come on, we have a sight. I forget the name of it. I'll be your friend. It was what the
it was
enjoy the
Nate
show.
Wants to Battle.
Enjoy the show and no, not Game Over. What the fuck is that? This Is the End. I got those two mixed up. This Is the End. Especially This Is the End. So I was listening to those and The American Nightmare, like just a bunch of random songs at night. I like to listen to a lot of songs in the same key and just like mash them up for fun when I'm bored.
Yeah.
And so I was in the shower and I had that like idea like writing like a clown circusy kind of song. And it was like very metal, like very like fast and like chaotic and like angry, and it's like, ooh, and so I held on to that idea. I couldn't do anything about it because I was in the shower and I didn't really, bother messing with it on my phone afterwards. I wanted to go to bed. But I came back to it sometime later, and I was also writing this like weird, like you're seeing how I'm like talking about this album in a very scattered, foreshadowy manner, because it was like it was also like out of nowhere. I had this idea for like a B flat major / G minor. It kind of goes both ways. Song, where it's like a sad, melancholy punk Boulevard of Broken Dreams esque 21 Guns esque song. More so because this was also around the time where I had first listened to 21st Century Breakdown in its entirety, and I loved all the songs in it.
Yes, fantastic record.
Yes, it was Restless Heart Syndrome. That one in 21 Guns.
That makes sense.
I wanted like a bullet, like a sad Green Day punk esque like song. Like, but I didn't know it was like. I kind of wanted. Oh, what was it gonna be called? Like, some sort of like sad fall song. Kind of like September in a way by Daughtry. It's like, something like that.
Except September by Daughtry, but sad.
Well, it is kind of a sad song, anyways. It's about like reminiscing on the past, kind of like on like old childhood memories, and that's the takeaway I had from it. Like just old, but
it's funny because we're recording this. I just recently listened to the new EP from Daughtry, Shock to the System. It's so fucking good.
Fuck. That was off my radar. I have to check that out soon. But yeah, so
they're going back to a more alternative metal sound. It's a lot heavier.
That's why I keep seeing them on more of the metal lineups. Yeah, okay. Well then,
good stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, with so it's like that was also around the time I discovered that song too. I had first discovered Over You randomly in the playlist, and then and then I saw that song. That song, September, I listened to it and I was so caught off guard. I'm like, I've heard this melody before. And actually, I'm not going to talk about it, but it was, I noticed, I think it took inspiration for another song I heard like a long time ago. Not that I did, but yeah, I thought that was funny. But yeah, I was like, oh, should I write a song like this where it's like about like a sad fall kind of song, because it was around that time where I was starting to reach fall. I'm like, or should I like write like a I don't know. It's like I had that idea sitting around, but I never really composed it yet. I had some ideas. I had like the piano riff was written down was done in GarageBand, but that was it. That was all I had. And then so then class started up at East Hollywood, and the very first class I took there, like literally like first day, first class, and one of the first classes of the semester that I took was Intro to GarageBand, where I got to learn how to use GarageBand on Mac, and which was really fun. It was like a precursor to learning Logic Pro, basically. So I got to do that, and I'm like, okay, let's use this. And it's like you basically have to work on and finish a song every week. At school, a lot of the kids had, were learning. They were just putting loops together. This is how I discovered about the loop feature, by the way, on GarageBand. And so a lot of songs afterwards, I was using some of the Apple loops to help inspire some of the writing for some of them. That's where this first started happening. But a lot of kids were just putting loops together. Like they didn't really know how to do much. Some kids already knew what they were doing. already had 2 albums worth of experience by that point almost, because The Lover and the Fighter was almost done. So I'm like, I already had so much experience. I'm like, okay, let's see what I can get. Like this is GarageBand without any limitations. Let's see what I can get away with here. And so I started on a Psychotic Memories remake. That was the very first thing I did. Just to like, okay, let's take the very first song I ever wrote, I ever completely finished writing, and let's do it again on this new thing I don't know about. Or it's like I knew about GarageBand on Mac, but let's use it as a way to test what I can do in this DAW. And that was the base work for the remake of Psychotic Memories when I had released the quote-unquote definitive edition, the rewrite.
Yeah.
And that was at a point where I had liked Psychotic Memories as an F-sharp minor song again, rather than F minor. So yeah, that's how it basically, and that's where those synths you hear in Psychotic Memories were like that's how they were added. I had added them from fucking around and looking at all the different like loops. I'm like, ooh, I like this synth. Let's sample that in there, and yeah, so that's how the remake came to form. But afterwards, I'm like, okay, now I gotta write something new here. What's a subject? Like, so the week after I did the Psychotic Memories remake, I'm like, okay, what can I do now? I need to write something new here. And I'm like, I think by that point, from that one shower where I did Clown, where I thought about Clown, I'm like, the idea was there, but I was sitting on it and wasn't sure. I was like, I'm gonna do a prequel album, The Psychotic Memories. It's not gonna be as big. It's not gonna be as big as the other two because it's a prequel. But I want to do it because 2016. I was thinking back. I kept seeing a bunch of stuff from 2016 appear again on like that I did in like just in my files on my computer on my phone, and I just thought back of the Jedi Sammy days. And I'm like, I want to write an album about those days and about how that year shaped me for better and for worse. So and I want it to be very meta and very heavy because that year I look back on, I hold it so near and dear to me despite how awful it was, and I liked being very meta and on the nose about a lot of things from that album, for better and for worse. So like the fucking California state in our world was an awful choice, way too on the nose. And then like things like Clown having Dream On in it, a bit too much. Having the first one, that whole song as a concept, very, very risky, controversial thing to do, knowing how much the nerdcore community hates anything that's slightly too inspired. I say nerdcore community, it's not really the whole community. It's one community in particular. I don't want to single it out and give it a bad name though, because the community isn't all bad. It's just that's a common theme with that specific community. But so I'm like, okay, I have the ideas down. I want this first one to be about like how great life is. It's my first. I'm a teenager now. Ooh, because I was 13. I'm a teenager now. I have all these friends. I'm like having a birthday party. It's so fun. There was an old video, a vlog when I used to do Let's Vlogs, where I vlogged and live streamed some of my birthday party at this roller skating rink in this party room, and it was on the channel for a while back in 2016, back when I was I didn't really care what was on my channel, and so it's going back to that period, like, oh, life is so great, like this is a new era. I cut off my Padawan braid because in 2015 I had a Padawan braid when I started, which is like I was very heavy in the Star Wars and had all the Star Wars references on my channel and all that stuff. I wore a Padawan braid, but because I was a teenager, I'm like, I'm gonna cut off the Padawan braid. I wanna, like, it's like a symbol. It's like a symbolic thing. That's why in the lyrics in New Beginnings you see Padawan the Jedi, that kind of thing, and it's a homage to Jedi Sammy, all that stuff. It's very on the nose and very, very respective to that era. New Beginnings is supposed to be a song that highlights the positive side of that Jedi Sammy era. You see the impact font that I always used in my videos back then, used as the font for that song. You see the dubstep kind of beat That was inspired off of this. I don't know the song. I always find it and then I forget it. There was like this dubstep. It used to be my channel intro back then because I was picking royalty-free music to use as my channel intro. And it was this dubstep song that's like, let me see your. I don't know if it said ass in the air or hands in the air, but whatever. It was like, let me see your hands in the air. Come on. And so it's like, okay, I want to write a song like that, like. If it's going to be about the Jedi Sammy era and like the positive side of it, I want it to be like that. So, let me see if I can find it. I think it was called Zomboy Nuclear.
Oh yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yes, it is Zomboy Nuclear. Oh my god. Yeah. So yeah. It was that song that I used as my channel intro back during the Jedi Sammy days. So it's like, okay, let's write a song that's kind of like that, So that was really the main inspiration. But I use a lot of my synths from previous songs, like wee. That's the same synth you hear that's the same lead that you hear in Inside, like because I love and Lament of a Hypergod because I love that synth. And yeah, so I did that. I did that song, and it was really fun. It was and my music teacher for that class was like shocked, like, dude, this genuinely sounds like something I would hear on the radio. This is really good. I'm like, I was like really happy. So like I had pretty much gotten GarageBand from Mac down by that point, like really quickly, after like 2 weeks. And so the next one, like, okay. Let's take that very, very, very first song I ever tried writing and call it the first one, because that's going to be so funny because it's about having your very first crush. It's also the very first song I ever wrote. Let's just like be very meta with it. And I'm like, I'm going to purposefully write this to sound like another date because that's the whole essence of that song. And I already talked about that earlier. And so yeah, there we go. But I'm out of order because I'm going based off of like when I wrote every song, you know. Afterwards came Clown, I think. Yeah, came Clown. And again, very much
one of your best songs, period.
Yes, very much Nate Wants to Battle, Ice Nine Kills themed, like metal, and it's like, as far as writing goes, I don't have any plans to change the structure of it. That's going to stay as it is. It's just going to be better guitar, better drums, and re-recorded. That's all it's going to be.
It's just going to be heavier.
Yeah, it's just going to be heavier, and no Dream On sample. But I wanted that to go back to that era from when everyone saw me as a clown, and everyone was like making fun of me because I was led on by this girl and was a fool and was just completely, like that whole thing. Yeah. But it's also very vague in the sense where you can take it. It relates to you just feeling like outcasted and feeling like a clown, and everyone just always nitpicking every little thing you say and do, and treating it like a joke, and you feeling like a circus act. Sometime after, I think the last song I did in that class was Eternal Heartbreak, because I'm like, well, I gotta write the ending song, So I did, and it was no, it was the second to last one. And so that one, I was like, okay, it has to be a prequel to Psychotic Memories, and I want it to be, I want it to culminate all the genres of this album into one. So dubstep, pop, and metal. That's why you hear a lot of dubstep synths in it. That's why you hear a lot of like chiptune, a lot of random shit like that. But it works, and and so
I will say it also has the element that the two other records were missing. It had bass in it. It had a bass guitar.
I know. At the time, I was so stupid when it came to writing these albums and didn't really understand that bass was integral. Now, bass was there in Judgment Day. Judgment Day was like around the time. No. Kingsland was the time period where I started being like, okay, I think I need to start using some bass here. But it was more of an optional thing rather than I need bass in behind, because at the time I didn't know any better. I didn't realize that you had to have bass behind a guitar every time, and even like in pop stuff, I forgot to add some bass synths. Like no other didn't really have that much at the time.
Nope.
Yeah, no, like a lot of things didn't have bass at the time. But yeah, no. Clown, yeah, no, it was around the time that in when I was writing Downfall in Disguise as an album, oh shit, I need, like, yeah, no, bass is like absolutely necessary. Like, I learned that. And so when you see Clown and you see Eternal Heartbreak, those were the songs where I first started actually putting a bass track and like doing all that shit. Thank God. So yeah, and then that one I was like, okay, that was another hugely like famous Last Words inspired song, mainly off of what's the name of that song from it?
Even a Ghost Has a Sanctuary.
Yes, especially with the live and learn part. It was also just like, that was the only part that was really inspired by it. I think the beginning as well, but the rest of it was just kind of on the fly. The rest of it was just kind of on the fly as I was looking through all the different synths that was available. It's like I wanted to be another fast-paced, chaotic one, like Clown was like, you know, like really fast. Like it's supposed to like kind of lead into Psychotic Memories in that way, and so. Yeah, and that you hear that like distorted little sample at the beginning of the song. It's like, whoop, whoop, whoop. That's a bit crushed sound of me actually crying. Yeah, that was that audio recording I had done when I was in a way worse like, I was a pretty shitty person in some ways back then, and I had very much been an asshole to a lot of my friends for a while. I can admit that, you know, and. You know, I wasn't a great person that much, and I wish I treated people like I was dating at that time better. I got very humbled when I got into a horribly toxic relationship in that later part of 2019, when I started going into the animators communities again and doing more animation.
Let's not go there.
We're not going to go into detail about it. It's already touched on pretty easily in The World in My Eyes. And the person that it was about doesn't mind. They understand it. They you know, they let me have the permission to be expressive about that. But it was still pretty crazy. Yeah, that was what that relationship was. And I had gone like off of a call where it was very abusive, and I had recorded myself crying from that. Sampled that into the song. It was really cringe, but hey, it worked. And then so that intro was inspired off of Even a Ghost Has a Sanctuary. And then the rest of it was just kind of, another one that was kind of just from my brain. The key change wasn't originally supposed to be there, because at the time I was still on the fence of if I wanted to change Psychotic Memories or not to have an F minor or F sharp minor key. So originally Eternal Heartbreak was going to stay as it was and lead into Psychotic Memories the same way, but just in the F minor key. But then I ultimately made the decision that I wanted to change Psychotic Memories and remake it. And like, I know there was the older kind of remake, but take that and actually make it the main Psychotic Memories and build off of that and make it better. I know for a while I used Gyra's guitar in it, but the chords were so off and not. No offense to him, he did a good job with it. It didn't sound like what I wanted Psychotic Memories to sound. So I went back to using the original guitar, but I used that GarageBand remake that I did as a bass work and put everything else in. So I finished doing Eternal Heartbreak, and that one is just, it's just very much about like watching everything that you have tried to hold on to slip away against your will, and becoming a bitter, cruel person in the process of it. It's not vague enough to where other people can relate to it. It is very much a story-heavy song because of the breakup part in it, and because it's like specifically about losing this girl. It kind of takes the meaning that Psychotic Memories was originally supposed to have, where it was supposed to Layers of Fear also kind of had some inspiration with Eternal Heartbreak, but not a lot. But it takes that meaning that Psychotic Memories was going to originally have when it was first being written, where it was about wanting to have the right to be in that relationship again, but put into this one and more story heavy. And it's where the monster, you first see the monster finally become more present as a voice. Now, in the story of Downfall in Disguise, you're going to see, the monster comes in way earlier on, and it's there in the background, but he's not as present until later on. And
Okay.
that's made, and that was already made kind of clear. It was like by the time you get to Time to Myself, that's when the monster kind of starts showing up a little bit behind the scenes, and that was made clear in the album, in the novel announcement.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was the whole point with Eternal Heartbreak, and that one's kind of supposed to be the main track of the album. This one is one of the few albums where it doesn't have a title track, but it Eternal Heartbreak, I say, would be the main song of that album.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and after I did Eternal Heartbreak, the last song that was the last assignment I submitted, but the last song I wrote in that class when we had free time was Give Us a Try, and that one was so lazy, but I don't care. It was my least favorite song because it was supposed to be about that gullible side where I thought that me and this crush were going to be in a relationship, and we were, but they were leading me on, and like it's about that time period. So that's why you're good. I was also going to cover Go the Distance at one point as well during 2016 because I saw Will's cover of it, but I really liked the song and it made me think about this quote unquote relationship I had with this crush at the time. So in Give Us a Try, it's in the same key and tempo of Go the Distance, but it's guitar. And in the lyrics, you hear things like something will go the distance, and then like you'll be in my heart, and it references those songs in there. I didn't find a place for Grow Old With You in there, but I didn't really care. So like that's why, again, it's a very meta album where like it references stuff like that. And the last few songs were obviously Our World, where I finally decided, okay, I know where to put this. It's gonna be this song that's had the same meaning as it did since the beginning I wrote it, but it's just gonna be called Our World instead of A Lover and a Fighter. And because it's about this fantasy, this like, it goes back to the metaphor of the Kingsland, where it's like me and this new person that I'm dating, because in the album story, it's where you first see that relationship with that first person. We're building this world together. We want to make YouTube content together and like do all these things together. And it felt very metaphorical to that Kingsland thing where it's like, we're building our kingdom. This YouTube channel is gonna be like ours. We're gonna do this whole thing together, and we're gonna have our own world, and nothing can stand in our way. But that's too much optimism, and that's what and so I know that its transition between Time to Myself to Our World to Eternal Heartbreak is weird because of that, because it's so optimistic and it's so like hopeful, but then it just goes right back to sad shit. I can't say how, but there are gonna be ways I'll rectify that issue.
Okay.
Like there's gonna be some rewrites here and there in the album. That's gonna rectify these problems, and I can't say how it's gonna be done, but like it will be done, and so it is pretty, and that's the thing, it's a very rushed album, so that's why, and so I did this album in the span of, I started on Our World in like June or July, like late June of 2019, no, around June. I remember I was working on some of it after I got back from being at the pool in like early June. Yeah. So it's like, it started in June and then came out in March of March 2020, March 8th, March 5th. I gotta remember that date because that's probably when I'm gonna release Definitive Edition, but we'll get to that. I don't know yet, but so, that was the process behind that album. And I had been digging through a lot of old photos of 2016 and just digging through a lot of old photos of me. And I wanted this album to originally, instead of all the artwork I did for it, I wanted it to be like a memory book styled album, like an edgy, depressing, burned memory book styled album. Because it's a very meta album that looks back on 2016 and goes back on my memories of it. So it's like, psychotic memories. So I wanted to like have it be like a Polaroid like styled album, like where each song has a picture of me from the era it took place in. So at the time, it was New Beginnings was that birthday party, but I crossed out everyone's face on it, and the crush that led me on had a pink X on her in that picture.
Yeah.
And it's like, and the symbolism for everyone having X's on them is like, they all ended up being fake. I cropped out the good friends that I had at that point, like that were like my mom's friends' daughters. I made sure that they were in the photo because they were actually good people. But I made sure I got the picture of like all my all those ex school friends, and put X's on their faces, and that was the same case for the first one, where I had this photo of me from that school dance, where it was the crush's brother that was also one of my best friends at that time, and a friend of ours. I put X's on them, put a pink X on that girl's face. That was a really bad and then obviously give us a try with that actual picture from the dance. Really, really bad decision. And I am thankful that I didn't get any punishment for that. That was way too risky though. And I'm so glad that that's all trashed and gone. Unfortunately, some people still have like the old CDs where like some of those pictures are on there, but like I don't think those specific ones are in there. It's just the birthday party one, and obviously the original album art that had like my edgy fucking face in it with with like all the pictures in the background. But even then it's like it's still very blurry and vague, so it's like it's not going to do that much damage, but it was still a very awful decision on my part, and this was at the period where I was not careful. And you know, one of these days I was gonna get bitten in the ass and learn my lesson. Vengeance. So, you know, yeah, like that's finally the whole fucking album trilogy. We're only like just at the top of the list still, and we have covered so much ground. But you know, I wanted to go through the whole history behind that trilogy because it is one of the most important projects on this channel, and is what shaped, it's part of what shaped my music writing, my channel, so many things. And you know, I wanted to cover a lot of ground on it, because that is where most of my original work goes, compared to nerdcore. So
absolutely,
yeah. So that's the entire history behind the stories, like the personal meanings, a bit of story, a bit of lore, and writing process behind everything in the Psychotic Memories trilogy. Pre-remembrance.
Yeah. I think the moral of this story is a question we ask to the ghost: if evil, why hot? Anyway, so let us this next one.
Yeah.
So I have said before, time and time again, that Safe Haven is my favorite song from you, but there is a slight exception to that, and that's with this next one.
Yes.
Because for so long, this was my favorite song from you.
Yeah.
And I want to preface this by saying that up until 2023, I had never personally played Undertale.
I'm disappointed in you.
I know. Shut. I have the full playthrough on the channel, and multiple times going through it, I was like, how have I not played this before? And
no, that's how I felt in 2018. That's how I felt in 2018 when I played that game. I'm like, because it came out in 2015. It came out 10 years ago, 9 years ago, almost 10. It's going to reach 10 this year. And I'm like, how have I not played? Because it was around the time where like, everything like Undertale, Steven Universe, all these shows were out. I couldn't keep up with them. And I had played Undertale, but I didn't realize there were different routes. And people were like, no, you're doing the genocide route. And I'm like, and I'm glad I avoided Let's Playing it, because that was around the time where a lot of Let's Players were being dictated by fans.
Yes.
That's why a lot of people avoided.
Unfortunately, that still happens today with Deltarune, but...
Yeah, Jacksepticeye. Yeah, so, you know, like... But then I finally played it in 2018. I learned about Azrael as a character a little bit. Enough to where I didn't really get a lot of spoilers. And I'm like, I really need to fucking play this game. Yeah, that's how I got around to 2018. But you go on, sorry.
And last year I played it, like, I had listened to Lament of a Hypergod before, and I was like, this is a fucking banger. It's got the key change, it's got the really it's got the metalcore elements, but it's got the elements because, of course, I had heard some of the Undertale soundtrack before. You know, it was fucking everywhere. And Hopes and Dreams was one of those that always came up when I would just casually listen to Spotify. I was like, but I'm not into this game. I don't want to play it, but the music's okay. Of course, I was very wrong. There it is. Yep. And so when I first listened to Lament of a Hypergod, I was like, this is really cool. Lulu's great, Sammy's vocals are great. But then I played Undertale, and then I listened to Lament of a Hypergod the very night that I finished the Pacifist route, and I bawled my fucking eyes out because I was like, holy shit.
It makes so much sense now.
It's like the Danny DeVito meme. I get it.
Yeah.
And yeah, that song is so good. Second only to Safe Haven in my mind from you.
It's what cemented Dream On as my favorite DA game song for a long time, because I thought it was pretty emotional as it is. Because it's like the same thing with Dream On. Loved Dream On. It was already my favorite anyways. But I was like on the fence about it after Heart of an Artist came out. Like, oh, now I kind of like Why Do We Hold More. I guess in terms of Iris and DA games, you can separate what would be like a favorite out of those two. But now we got fucking like Pandorium. But yeah, so yeah, like
that's a whole nother discussion, by the way.
But yeah, so I already love Dream On as it is, but then when I played Pacifist, oh god, I was so fucking I was the live stream. I remember I stayed up so late. I was like, it was one of my longest live streams ever, finishing the Pacifist run. I would live stream the game as a series, and then I just decided, fuck it, I need to play this whole game now. I need to finish it.
Do you still have that VOD or no?
I keep all my VODs. They're all private because there's so much embarrassing stuff that happens in them. And the thing is, I don't remember half the shit I say on those VODs, and humor back in those days of the internet was very different. Who knows?
That's true.
I could have probably said something really offensive that I don't remember. But also because I would have a lot of ex-friends and edgy friends that said a lot of worse shit in those live streams. And I'm like, no, this can't be on my channel. But I keep them privatized, and I look back at them in case one day I ever want to like do animated versions of them, like animated clips from them, or in case I ever just want to look back. So I keep all my Undertale live streams, but they're just private. However, yeah, so I remember that very live stream where I played Undertale, and I was just bawling at the ending. I'm like, I saw so much of myself in Asriel, because it was like, that again, like how I saw Dream On, that feeling of having to let go and just being alone, and then you're trying to reach out and help people, but instead you're only getting bashed to the ground. And you like how what happened, spoilers, what happened to Asriel. Like, he was just trying to, like, everyone thought he killed Kara. No, he was just like, the village kills Asriel, and it's like, it's just so aggravatingly unfair, in the best way, unfair what happened to him, and he didn't deserve any of it. And he's still one of the few characters to this day where I just hold so much love and care. Afterwards, when I played Undertale, I was like, I gotta write a song about this. And so I did. I didn't know what I wanted to write, but I wanted to write an Undertale song about Asriel. And so I was going to. I didn't know what to do yet. And I saw Caleb Hyle's cover of it wasn't a cover. He added lyrics to.
He added lyrics to a bunch of them.
No, I know, but I have the Undertale soundtrack on my phone, because of course I do, because I have the fucking PS4 edition of the game.
Of course.
So I have the whole soundtrack. It was his theme. How could I forget the fucking name of the OST? So Caleb Howells did like a lyrical version of his theme called Asriel's Lament. So, again, another example of me kind of being a little bit unoriginal. I'm like, oh, I kind of want to do that, but with hopes and dreams. And then I started doing that, but then I'm like, okay. So I started remaking the instrumental for Hopes and Dreams, and then I'm like, this feels a little empty. I want more. I want to change the structure of specifically the Azrael fight OSTs and turn them into a structured song. So that was my goal. It's essentially a medley / remix of Undertale OST with lyrics. So the lyrics are original, the instrumental obviously not. It's a remix, but I don't care. So yeah, I what I did was I wanted to start off the song with his theme, and then it transitions into so fucking dreams. Flawlessly into Hopes and Dreams, and then write an original little riff to fill the verse in, like dun, 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 dun. That riff I was doing, by the way, for the verse, like dun, 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 dun. That was originally going to be a riff I was going to do for us back during the days where I was copying what like people like Will or Charlie were doing. I wanted to do a Psychotic Memories medley.
Ooh, interesting.
I was going to do a Psychotic Memories medley, and that was going to be the riff for the verses. And then I scrapped it because I realized this is a stupid idea. But I grabbed that riff and I put it in this one. And then after that, it goes into dun, 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 like that part in Hopes and Dreams. And, you know, everything else. And then so then it then repeats like a normal AB structure. I forget how they call it, but yeah. And so then in the bridge, and in the middle, I wanted to bring in the
that was the bridge.
Yeah, that was the bridge, but I wanted to put that melody somewhere else. And I'm like, fuck it, let's go metalcore for a second here. And so I did that in the verse for a moment.
Oh yeah, that's right. You had the second verse breakdown.
Yeah, that little breakdown in there. And then it goes back into this, because, you know, I felt really bad that I was constantly just writing shit so samey, where it was like, you could, like, my formula was so repeated. I'm like, I need to change shit up here and there a little bit. So that's what I did. I've been trying to do that more. You're going to see that more soon.
If you do have, like, another LP, like another LoneWolfMusic album, I need more breakdowns. I need them.
Oh, don't even get me started. Mind you, I've been listening to, like, this album and this band was what got me through one of the most, trigger warning, suicidal periods of my life last year, when everything was, so many bad things were going down. Fucking post-human, next gen, or just Bring Me the Horizon in general.
Bring me.
That kind of shit. And obviously, you know, with a lot of Will's newer stuff, like, and just so many bands that Bad Omens, fucking, like, I'm really going ham on, like, all these different bands I've been listening to. Like all the like recent metalcore, like, breakdowns. Oh man, I'm so mad that I've never really done a lot of that back in the day, because that wasn't really a norm for me. Hearing those kinds of breakdowns wasn't exactly that much of a norm for me in when I listened to. It was very the formula for a lot of that music at the time was so samey for me for that kind of alternative stuff. So, but now that I've started seeing so much more of these more metalcore bands that do these breakdowns, I'm like, ooh, I need to incorporate this. And you're already getting a little bit of that, but no one's heard it yet. Just look forward to some good shit when you hear, like, the Murder Drones song, for example, or when you hear
the fuck.
I never announced it. Yeah, I'm doing a Murder Drones song.
Oh my fucking god, are you kidding me?
That's been in the works for, like, since the episode came out, but I never. The last
Which
one.
Episode? Oh,
the finale. It's been because I didn't watch it until the finale. Like, my friend was begging me to watch it, and I did, and I'm like, oh fuck, I missed out. It was so good, so I wanted to do a song for it. The instrumental's been long done. I just haven't had any motivation to write anything after everything I've been going through. But I will do it at some point. I gotta do it before TFF. So you know,
if you need screaming vocals, like extra stuff.
No, yeah, I know. I
just
I could have you on some, but like I don't know. I already have a featured artist for this. They're not exactly that. They're not like well known in any kind of nerdcore scene. They're an animator friend of mine, but they can do a perfect Sin impression. So they're going to do like Sin stuff, I think. But that's all I'll say. But the breakdown,
hell yeah.
Oh my god, the breakdown is going to be great. But like things like that, and also I can't say what it's for yet, but there's a new song coming at some point this year, that is so fucking heavy. It is like worse than Judgment Day. Like I can't say what it's going to be for yet, but it is so fucking heavy, and it's gonna
say it's deathcore territory or no?
Nah, well, it's not gonna be like the whole time, but it's like Bring Me the Horizon, Join the Bloodline style, like heavy.
Okay.
You know, it's like kind of like Amen, like Amen level heavy. So it's going to be pretty fucking heavy, but I don't think I'm ever going to go towards like pure, you can't tell what key this is the whole time. I don't want to make music like that. That's not my thing. I don't know what you call it, deathcore, I guess.
You will not like my original album.
well, if that's your thing, that's fine. I don't hate it. It's just not something that I would ever write. You know, I like being very melodic. But yeah, so yeah, but you know, I guess Lament of a Hypergod came before Monster Within, so I guess like while Monster Within was what I kind of was writing first, Lament of a Hypergod was what released first. So yeah, this one was where I kind of started doing a bit more metalcore, or like I started leaning into more like breakdown stuff.
Yeah.
And the bridge, again had like that. Dun, 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 dun. Normally it would go right into the key change in Hopes and Dreams, but I wanted to do like a kind of Instruments of Cyanide-esque, like confront, like back and forth thing, you know, with Lulu, where it's like a story-based, like dialogue-based writing, and did that. Went into you know, then I brought in the Save the World's dun, 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 like dun, 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 like dun, 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 the little music box, or no, glockenspiel, I think is what it's called, thing, and then it goes into Undertale, the song itself, where it's like dun, dun, like that flute part, and it's like dun,
yes.
Dun, dun,
I personally think that's my favorite part of the song, besides the key change, because you know I love that shit.
My head voice back then for that song sucked. I'm so glad I was able to fix that in the remake. But like did that, then transitioned back into that, like this one clip or this one part from Save the World, like dun, 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 dun. I wanted to extend that a little bit, like dun, 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 dun. Like I wanted to take these little moments and try to structure it into like a song-based structure, like a written song-based structure, while keeping it very cinematic and orchestrated and everything. And then it goes into the key changed version of the Hopes and Dreams, like chorus. It's like and in the original version I forgot to include this little bit because I forgot it existed, because I still wasn't like that heavy into the soundtrack despite me playing the game. I forgot to include it, but in like all the newer releases, like it's like you hear that. I'm so happy I fixed that in the chorus. And then I remember like the you hear like the Save the World part in the very ending was like. I wanted that to be the ending of the song, you know.
I get you.
And I remember in the old version it was like all these days or whatever, but I realized it was all these instead of all, so I had to fix that in the remake in the remake as well. The remake was just, I was so happy to fix like all these like little things I missed in the Undertale soundtrack. And so I still look back on that one very, very well, because it's just like it was very
heartfelt.
So emotional. It was, because it was just like, I loved Azrael. He was like my favorite video game character, you know. And then Deltarune came out, which I was not expecting for that that came out of nowhere. Like, everyone was so shocked. I thought it was a sequel at first. I'm like, oh, it's not. It's a reboot. It's an alternate universe, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know the lore yet. Well, I know the lore, but it's like, I don't know what Toby Fox is cooking. I'm so excited. I'm so overwhelmed to run 2 chapters at once. That's gonna be like a week's. That's gonna be a week and a half worth of playing. I will do Let's Plays for that. I'm not gonna live stream.
Yes.
Live stream is a hot spot for harassment, but Let's Plays I can possibly do. But I'm probably not gonna edit any of them. They're probably gonna be unless there's anything I feel like, oh, I can't keep that in there. That's cringe. But you know.
You know what? I could edit.
Yeah,
I could do it. I'd do it for free.
Maybe, but I wanna maybe like keep to myself with it. If I absolutely
That's fair.
can't keep going, and I'm like, no, I need someone else to do this for me. Yeah, I may hit you up. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when it comes out, if the channel even exists by that point. That's what I've been saying about everything now. So yeah. When Deltarune came out, though, I was like, what is this? And I didn't realize you're not supposed to play the game on the very first day of release. Apparently, that was, like, some unspoken rule in the Undertale community. Because, like, I guess Toby Fox didn't want, like, it being, like, I guess it was, like, a spoiler thing, but it's like, I was never told not to do that. I'm sorry. But it was fine. Loved the new approach for it. Fell in love with it by the end of it. Because it's, like, it felt so, like, wholesome. It felt, like, a lot more wholesome. There wasn't this, like, damn, that's really depressing what just happened here. You know, and I say that now, but it's probably going to fall into some dark shit later on.
I mean, and then we got Snowgrave.
Yeah, you got Snowgrave, which, but like, you're not.
That's
you're really,
fucked up.
Yeah, but when I play Deltarune and I play the normal run of it, it's like it takes that wholesomeness and that cozy, warm, welcoming vibe of the Undertale world, and increases it tenfold. Like you fucking. Just like all the characters in it, like it's so fun, and it's a world that I want to be in. I want to live in the world with all the monsters, and just like I would have loved to go to school, like have Toriel and Alphys like be a teacher for me, and like I would have loved to, like, I don't know, fucking play fucking Smash Brothers with Sans or some shit, you know, just like live in that town and just be friends with all the monsters. That's like a perfect world that I would love to live in. It's just such a fucking cozy world, and I love it. And Rowsey plays a huge part in that, because I feel so like at home and warm with that character. But I still see Rowsey as a very comforting character, and I do still ship him with Chris.
Yes,
I think that's valid. I think that's valid. I think that's cute, you know. So yeah.
I mean, like,
yeah.
The thing with Deltarune is that now that Snowgrave is a thing and so much changed, it's like, I don't think a lot of people can really concretely say with a straight face, it's all in Chris's mind, when Birdley's fucking dead.
Yeah,
like,
so it's no. Imagine Toby Fox pulls like a 180. You remember how like the cage thing was just kind of left there as like a weird little like thing there, at the beginning of chapter 2. What if Toby Fox just pulls a 180 and is like, oh, he was just sleeping, and he wakes up and is fine? Like,
well, it's like a lot of people are expecting, like, depending on which one you choose, for the entire rest of the chapter formula to change.
I hope Snowgrave isn't canon. I really don't want it to be canon. I don't want genocide to be the canon thing. Like I don't know. I want to play the game as a pacifist.
I feel like both can be canon.
Yeah,
I think it's just the choice of what the player.
It's like Undertale. So then I wonder if like Burley is no longer going to make any more appearances because of continuity reasons.
Is he just fucking dead?
It could be a thing where it's like, if you play the pacifist version and your save file doesn't detect that you killed Birdley, he's there in the background and you can talk to him like an NPC. But if you did the Snowgrave version, he's just not there at all. I think that's what they're going to do.
The other thing that I'm thinking of is, like, he had such a strong presence in chapter 2. Like, he grew into, like, an actual character instead of just the nerd emoji. And it's like, how is Toby gonna write around that with chapter 3 and 4? And it's like,
we'll see. He's smart. He's had this plan. He's had this plan since the beginning. Deltarune he came up with first before Undertale because he had a dream about it. So we'll see. It's all speculation. But yeah, and then I wanted to write a Deltarune song when chapter 2 was coming around the corner because I love Deltarune. It's a wholesome thing with some underlying things going on. So then I did We Will Meet Again, and I wanted that one to be very much like CG5's SCP-999 song.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be like that. It was a very wholesome-ish song with that exact same vibe going for it. People forget that CG5 is another artist that I take a lot of inspiration from as well. It doesn't happen as much, but it's definitely there.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I wanted to do that, and it was a very fun, cute little song, and then I had Jevel be like, oh, there's the evil shit going on behind it. But then I realized, oh wait, Toby Fox is gonna do a secret boss villain in every chapter, it seems, because Spamton came around. So I'm like, now when I remaster the song, I gotta go in and add Spamton to the bridge and make it a bit more vague or whatever. There's anomalies lurking instead of there's chaos lurking behind the scenes, because Javel's like chaos. I had Spamton saying there's anomalies lurking behind the scene.
Yeah.
And then go switch to Javel. It's as the ringmaster, I can do everything. So it shows there's multiple anomalies that exist in these chapters, and then there's that brief breakdown where Chris, it shows something's going on with Chris. Something ain't right. And I'm really sad about this too, that I forgot to do this when I was remastering this song. That breakdown was going to have more to it. The instrumental, so I did the instrumental for this song way back in the end of 2020, and the breakdown was inspired off of, that mashup that someone did? I forget the name, but it's that Animal Crossing Doom song that someone did.
Yes.
It was going to be like that, where that breakdown was based off on the first page, there's a new plantation, whatever that part was in the song, that little breakdown. It was going to be that. So I was going to have more lyrics in that part where it's I was going to do more lyrics for that part and have it kind of be more flowy, but then I forgot to do that, and I didn't know what to do for that part because I forgot. So it was just I kind of got lazy. It was let the story unwind, something like that. Kind of. Oh, I forgot to say this about Our World too. Another huge inspiration for that song. It was "Slave for Honor," "Who Am I" by Kamikat, and then there was a little bit of "Memories of the Damned" because of the bridge. I'm gonna fix that in the remake.
Okay.
But yeah. So yeah. It was a case like that where I did a little bit a Memories of the Damn thing where it's insert lyrics here, that kind of thing.
Well, yeah, that's been a metalcore staple for ages. So
yeah, but it sucks too because it's I wanted to do more with that part and I forgot to. It was purely a memory thing, and I didn't write it down when I had that idea. So it's what it is. But I still like the song for how it is. I didn't like how it sounded back in the day because the drums were too scattered when I used the automatic drums. So I kind of went back to Corruption's drums a little bit and repurposed some of it to fit, because again, the base inspiration of this song was SCP-999, and I wanted it to kind of be like that, where it's less convoluted and more straightforward. So I'm so happy I fixed the drums in the album version. And I'll re-release the video for that soon. I might try to have some artists do some new Deltarune artwork for it. Maybe I'll draw myself as a Darkner, or do the Dark World version of me where it's different colors. We'll see. But yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of Lament of a Hypergod, because we're still kind of on that subject. You saw my Instagram story, right?
Was it more recent?
Yeah. Be on the lookout for when I re-release the video for that. Got something new. Got something. I got something new coming for that. The lyric videos. Yeah.
I hear the smile that you have on your face right now.
Yeah. When
I hear the evil grin.
Yeah, when I release the video for that, let's just say it's gonna completely fix all the issues I had with the well, it's gonna still use the old lyric video as a base work, but it's gonna fix some things that I had issues with in the old video.
Okay.
Yeah, and so then, yeah, I mean that's all I have to really say about like Lament of a Hypergod and Deltarune and Undertale. It's just it's what
It's home.
I think that was the thing that solidified me kind of dropping the whole Star Wars theme of my channel and making it more centered around Undertale, where the Stay Determined thing comes from, where Vengar comes in as like a goat Sona and like all of these things, you know. Yeah, that's all I can really say about that song. That's already a lot to say about that song itself. Lord, this is a long interview.
Yeah, I was actually I'm probably gonna cut this bit out. I was gonna ask you if you wanted to split this into like 2 sessions. Because
I'm fine. I can keep going. Unless you can't.
I do have stuff that I need to get to tomorrow, so
that's fine. We'll try to speed it up a little bit.
All right.
And just see where we land, you know.
Yeah. All right. So next topic is no.
Actually, wait, before you get into this, one thing I recommend doing, make chapters. Make chapters for whenever I talk about the Psychotic Memories albums. That's going to help keep things more organized too. Like kind of treat those like their own segments.
Yeah. But oh no, the next topic. Oh no.
Yeah,
I'm
lessons
sorry.
I've learned.
I'm sorry. Do we have to talk about this one? Could we just skip it?
I'm fine talking about it. I feel like, you know, it needs to be acknowledged. It is an important. Well, actually, we do, because I'm seeing it in a new light, and I'll explain why in a second. So this album, it was a little EP I did to hold people over, because I realized this new album that I'm working on, it's so grand that I can't fucking get it out in 2020. And I felt bad for the lack of shit I put out that year because of how bad Downfall in Disguise was. So I wanted to do a new little EP. It still wasn't good, but I wanted to hold people over a little bit and make some new little So Lessons I've Learned is I can't talk. It's very much a flash drive-esque album project.
Yes.
I wanted to basically do that challenge of writing songs in an hour. I would do the instrumentals in 30 minutes, come back to it, and do the singing and lyrical stuff in an hour. I did that for a few of the songs. I did that for Space. I did that for Patience. Patience was the first song I did. And I did that for Focus. Commit, I tried to do it, and then I just couldn't, which is ironic in the song name.
Yeah.
But I still tried to do it at least under 2 hours, you know?
Yeah.
So some of those songs did it good. Some of those songs couldn't. I did have to go back and re-record some vocals after I had finished writing the album, so that way because some takes I didn't like because I was in a rush. But Patience actually holds up pretty well. Some of the vocals hold up pretty well in that song, and it is a decently written song. I think I got to talk about this because there's something pretty big happening with this soon. So, but I got to talk about the songs first. So yeah, it was a fun little EP I did. As a way of grieving for an older relationship I had that I unfortunately mishandled. This person I was dating at the time wanted to take a break, and I saw it as a breakup. And so I kind of went into another relationship a little bit afterwards, not realizing that, because it came out of nowhere too, not realizing that this current relationship was still going to keep going. They just wanted to take a break. That was one of my biggest mistakes that year, and in 2020. And I felt so awful. And this current relationship that I was in after that was, oh my God, it still leaves a lot of scars on me to this day. It unfortunately was the cause of, they call it hypersexuality. That was a trauma I didn't realize I had. It had kind of festered since I was a kid, since my first relationship. But it like solidified itself after this one relationship. And I was losing sleep because of this relationship. This person was just too hard to take care of. I got harassed because this person was making content with me in this relationship that people thought was cringe. Kings and Queens, another good example of that. Yeah, so that this was the one where Kings and Queens. I did that cover for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had to get out of it, and I finally and I missed this previous person so much. So right before I broke up with this current person, the previous person, I wrote an EP for them in a sense, where it was telling them that I've learned my lessons from how I handle things in this relationship. Don't focus so much on Don't focus so much on the drama. Pay attention to what's good, what you have. Don't try to get too much into gossip and drama. Just focus on what's making you happy and what's making you productive in the relationship. And that's a very important thing. That's something I still need to learn nowadays. I've gotten better about it now, especially after what happened last year, you know. The next song, Space, and Focus, I think, was one of the other few songs where I didn't really have an inspiration for it. I wanted to be a fun, cute, ukulele, positive E-flat major song. Space had some inspiration from one of Living Tombstone's songs from 01. It was Chosen.
Okay.
And it was a kind of spacey, quiet song. Like you have that feeling like you're floating in a void. It's kind of like what it does what Invisible Wall does, in a metaphoric sense, where like you need to get, this person's going through a lot of stuff. They're really stressed and they just need the space. They want to have their space away from it. And you just need to have that patience and be there and still be there for them. Show them that you love them and that you're going to be there. It's like, you know, they want to distance themselves from you, unfortunately, but you still love them, and it's like, well, please, I'll be here whenever you want to come back. You know, I'll be here. And it's a song that tells you that you need to give that person space if they say that they need space, you know, and just, that's a song that I still kind of do need to understand. And that was I had something very private that I can't really go into that was happening with my current relationship, where that was a very important lesson I needed to remember, and I didn't, and it caused some problems, and thankfully we got through it. We're fine. Me and Maida are still very happy together, but that was a song where that lesson was very important, and it's why this album is so important. As much as I look back on it because of it revolving around an ex-relationship, it's still very important, and songs like Space is a good reason for that. The next album was Commit, and that one is just like committing to the choice of, like, if you're going to do something very severe and very important socially, whatever it may be, don't fall back on it and let people down, because that was a common thing. I was trying to get out of this toxic relationship I was in after that previous good relationship, so I could get back with this person. And every attempt I had at trying to leave this relationship, I had fallen back on and went back to this toxic relationship. It was like a Stockholm syndrome thing. I couldn't leave it. I also felt like if I left this, because this person also kept having, trigger warning, suicidal threats every time I would try to break up. So it was hard to get out of, and I had to just commit to it, you know. So that was one meaning of it, but it's also just like, if you're going to make a decision like that crazy, please commit to it and don't fall back on it, because you're going to let people down if you don't, and you're going to just be confusing, and you're just going to be this weird mess, you know. You have to just stick to it. After that was Trust, and that one, Commit also didn't really have any inspiration. That one was another one I just thought of on the fly. I think that was a good thing, exercise about this album. It helped me test myself on writing songs that didn't really have that much of an inspiration, other than two. Well, three if you count Breaking the Wall. Trust was one that's just like, people give you advice on a lot of things, and it may not seem like the right idea at the time, but they really are trying to look out for you and reach out to you and help you get out of something that you may regret. And a lot of people were telling me not to date this person that was toxic, you know, but I tried seeing the good in them, because that's the kind of person I was, and I should have listened to everyone. Yeah, so that's what I did. I unfortunately gave in, and I should have listened to the people telling me not to do these things. I should have trusted them. People were just trying to get me out of a bad situation. The way they were going about it wasn't good, but I know they meant well. So I should have listened to them, and it's what it is. So that song's just running the trusty advice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and so after that, Patience, and that was the first song I wrote of the album, and that one was actually inspired a little bit off of, like, Nothing Else Matters, I think by Metallica a little bit.
Okay.
But also Puppet by Triad Ninja.
Hell yeah.
You can hear it in the piano riff a little bit. And that one just about, like, it's a culmination of everything in the album, kind of where it's like you need to have patience for these things, and like you can't rush into relationships, you can't rush into, you know, like if someone leaves but they might come back and that flame is able to be rekindled and you really want to commit to that, hold on to that. Don't just like immediately move on and jump into the next relationship thinking that it's over. You know, some relationships have a chance of being fixed if it didn't end on horrible terms and you want to give things time, you know? And you just gotta have the patience for it, you know? It's a very simple meaning. And then Breaking the Wall, which was supposed to be a World in My Eyes song, but it ended up being canned due to that relationship falling under again when I got back with that person in 2021. It got repurposed for Lessons I've Learned when I wanted to remaster when I was releasing the CD remasters as a bonus track, because that song is more it really is in the chorus and in the lyrics a culmination of everything from that album.
Definitely.
Even in the genre of it, having a lot of different genres kind of combining in it. You can hear a little bit of space in some of the parts of the song. You can hear a little bit of patience, a little bit of commit. You know, it's like all kind of there, and the lyrics reference each song as a storybook closer. And so with that album, it's meant to be, or with that song, it's meant to be like about finally, like, well, it goes back to the invisible wall metaphor, and you're finally breaking out of that wall and being with that person you want to love, you know?
Yeah.
Finally ready to, you know, fall back into that relationship again. And your lessons you've learned have paid off, and now you can finally get back into that relationship that you wanted for so long, that you had but fell under for a long time. And I re-released that song because at the time me and that person thought we were going to get back together again and fully make things work, but let's just say Jar of Hearts happened, and that didn't really happen. That's what Jar of Hearts was about. That's why you see me throwing the Lessons I've Learned CD. I was careful, I didn't actually try to break it, but you know, you see me do that in the camera, you see me burning the book in the animation, you know. And but why Lessons I've Learned is so integral now, despite me looking down on it for a long time, is because those songs have potential to be expanded upon. I could do like a flash drive SSD treatment. I don't know if I will. I might just remaster them and re-sing them and make them sound better. I think it depends. We'll see. But because I guess I can't really be bothered. But those songs are important now because as you learn, and not a lot of people picked up on this. And I was going to make it a lot more obvious when I was going to do a render of PsychoticFox, Lone Wolf, Gwen, and Vengar all like celebrating Vengar getting 1,000 views. I never had time to do it. But in the background, and you see this in the background of something more, you notice that Vengar has the Lessons I've Learned book. Why is that? Because Lessons I've Learned is secretly Vengar's prequel story.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not a lot of people caught on to that. So, Lessons I've Learned, I wanted to give it a bit of a story, and so now I like to think of it as Vengar's prequel story, where this album, what he goes through, is his kind of prequel story to all of that, or you know, it's his prequel story to this relationship he had, and like he dates like this Vixen character, and it just doesn't work out. And so like he just questions if this book is even worth having anymore, if he should just even follow these lessons. That's why in something more you hear like I forget the lyric, but it references Lessons I've Learned. Do they matter at all now? Like, do they matter anymore? And then you hear in a Take Me Back where the lessons I've learned just a fucking waste. and you see that previous relationship right there. It's a bit too on the nose, but that person didn't mind it. They were okay with it. And they also gave me permission to do Jar of Hearts. That was like shortly after what happened with Vengeance, and so I wanted to make sure I was asking her, hey, this is the animation I did. Are you okay with me releasing this? I know it's a little, it's about you and it's a little rude, but I want you to make sure you're okay with it. And she's like, I understand where you're coming from with this animation. I give you permission. It's okay. So she's very chill. And, you know, yeah, so you see Lessons I've Learned get referenced in that way because of that. And, so that's about all I can say about Lessons I've Learned. It's now a part of the other Lone Wolf Music trilogy, the World in My Eyes trilogy, where it's Lessons I've Learned, The World in My Eyes, and Vanguard and the Defenders of the Damned. So it plays a story in it, and it's Vanguard's previous relationship before the
Jack's
invasion.
order takeover.
Yeah, and that falls into the, and actually that falls into the next thing.
Before we do go into World in My Eyes, I want to talk about the trilogy aspect of your music, because it seems like with Psychotic Memories, it's a very personal story. It's very anecdotal. It's very backed by your previous experiences. And while Lessons I Have Learned, World in My Eyes, and Vanguard are also that it seems that the stories that you've told there seem to have expanded in scope. Like, it's not just about you anymore. It's about the world around you and the world around these characters.
Yes, because I grew up.
Yeah. I think I just really like that aspect, and it's something that I've been delving into with my original music as well. It's something that I've learned with, my first album is very similar. It's a venting chamber.
Yeah.
And the second album is just that recovery from that, and I think going into those, like, the more worldly topics instead of just focusing all on oh, poor me, and acknowledging, oh, holy fuck, poor everybody.
I know. Yeah, and so that's the thing. Actually, I made a Blue Sky post about this, but I don't think you saw it. So yeah, Lone Wolf Music for the longest time was always the IP for venting songs, and that is, while that is true, Psychotic Memories is kind of PsychoticFox music has kind of bleeded into that now with nerdcore stuff having tie-in meanings, which is something that Will has advocated for a long time, and Nate wants to battle a little bit. Like having nerdcore songs be more vague and have these personal meanings, and that's what songs like What Is Real and My Own Story and things like that have. And so nowadays, I have to say this because I made a tweet about this. I'll say it again. Lone Wolf Music is over. Aside from the remakes, Lone Wolf Music is over because it's no longer a venting chamber. I think of that IP as the story of how I grew up. It starts off from age 13 in Downfall in Disguise. Like when you take it purely into personal meanings, it tells the story of me growing up. It's a coming of age thing. I start off at age 13 in Downfall in Disguise and ended off at age 19 in Defenders of the Damned, where the first trilogy encapsulates me growing up with my own issues, and my own battles with my personal demons. While and the early teen years, from 13 to 16, and then the World in My Eyes trilogy is supposed to go over my experiences of becoming. So it's like, So like the Psychotic Memories trilogy is like the story of growing into being a teenager, while the World of My Eyes trilogy goes over the becoming an adult and expands into worldly topics, and but the whole culmination of that of the Lone Wolf Music anthology, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
So it's meant to, or saga, you can also call it a saga, I don't know.
That works.
It's meant to tell a story. It's tell the story of me growing up, and so yeah, Vengar is the end of that. So people have already heard the end of it. We're just seeing the first 3 albums. Technically, also Lessons I've Learned in World of My Eyes. The first 3 albums are re-envisioned. Lessons I've Learned in World of My Eyes are just getting like remasters in the back end of things, where it's not going to be a prioritized project. So I am gonna go back to Lessons I've Learned, and the easiest thing about a lot of these songs is that guitar for them has already been done. Lessons I've Learned falls mainly on MIDI guitar ran through an amp, so I will have to do some stuff with that. But the World of My Eyes, aside from Neverending Noise and Corruption, the rest of the songs in the album all have real guitar. So and all the drums and everything can be easily fit to be remastered. And that also goes for a lot of the songs like Clown, Eternal Heartbreak, Time to Myself, and Our World. Those ones can also just be easily remade, like with the new stuff. Like I guess because Downfall in Disguise is also technically a World in My Eyes era project because of like it coming out around that time. Technically, Downfall in Disguise this is more of a remaster, but while the 2020 release was a demo release. And so as far as the next original album goes, I'll get to that in a little bit, but just know it's not Lone Wolf themed.
I actually just took a peek at the Blue Sky page, and I found the post. So okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that's how it's gonna go.